All right, let's see if we're live. Don't know what that is. Not going to worry about that. All right. Let's figure out here where we're at. Make sure that I am, it says that I am on air. At some point, I will have the confidence to not check my stream and just go. But at this point, I always feel like I have to figure out if I'm really on air. Okay. I see myself over there. So I believe that I am on air. I have faith that I am on air. Getting set up here. Let's check the screens. I mean, I did most of this before, but it always feels like I could check this 12 more times. Hey, Michael. Good to see you. I see we got Michael there. We got Jonathan there. So we got the crew get started here. Once again, I noticed, I guess Justin has just permanently changed his schedule now or something. He's always on Tuesday nights, but hey, what the hell? You got to make your own name in the world, right? So we'll just make do. Let me get this screen over here set up. So this is ready to go. That's a little wide. There we go. That's better. And we got this one here. It should be a little bigger. All right. So, hey Dale. Welcome to the show. Glad to see you. So we got kind of the regular crew coming in, so I appreciate that very much. I appreciate you guys with like Norman and Cliff at Cheers, so that's really cool. Got Jonathan, Michael, Dale. I know we'll have a lot of other regulars coming in, so we'll get going here. Give you a lay of the land. I will share some information about. Let's see. We'll share. Let me put this on the notes so I don't forget. Because otherwise I will say it and then I won't do it. Let's do this. Upcoming vids, and then we have feature. We got vids. We got site features, and then comments and quiz. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do live stream agenda 2. Okay, future. I know you could be like, wow, I should have been ready to go when I hit the live. But then always, every time I do this, you hit the live and it's like, wait a minute, there's three other things that I don't want to forget. So here I am on my oh so exciting live stream making notes while people watch me make notes. So we're figuring it out. Today's drink of choice, our unpaid sponsor is Svedka Blue Raspberry Vodka. So I would like to thank them for the $0 sponsorship that they sent me. So they are getting every penny worth of sponsorship for this. And hey Dan, this is my first live stream. I don't know. I'm assuming you mean the first live stream for me. Although if it's the first live stream that you've ever watched, that would even be like wild. But I'm assuming it's the first Skepticus live stream. So, well, either way. Welcome to the glorious show. I see we got William in the house. Welcome. I was just explaining that the drink of choice is our blue vodka, our blue raspberry vodka, and ginger ale. Of course, you are welcome to imbibe on anything that you want, or nothing that, if that's what you prefer, or if you prefer things that aren't liquid refreshments, that is your choice as well. I chose this our talking point today. You're not Christian, which is basically just another offshoot of the how Christian are you quiz. So my contention there is that if you think you're Christian, we'll have you take this quiz and we'll see how Christian your answers come up to be. But we'll see if anyone will take me up on that today. So as always, the phone lines, the virtual phone lines, however you want to call them, are great, or are open. So you guys know the drill. I have the link pinned to the chat. I have the link in the description for the video. I have the link. You can't click on it and go to it, but this link is listed there on the screen. So hopefully, if anybody wants to call in for any reason, they know how to call in. And I think given the performance in the last couple live streams, I think that the audio is good, knock on wood. So we should be good to go there. We'll see if we get any callers tonight. We'll be in for the long haul. Give me just a second. I need to take a pill here really quickly. Excuse me. So before we get into that, before we get into the normal flow of the show, so to speak, I just wanted to share with you guys a few upcoming notes on things that you can look for. Let me pull up the channel here. Videos. Because I did just post some new stuff today. So hopefully you guys will get to see that soon if you have not already. I know that some of you have already been on the channel this afternoon watching some of the things, but I posted 3 new videos, and I actually have a 4th one that's recorded and fully edited. I just have to create a thumbnail and get it posted. So these top 3 lines here are the most recent videos that I posted, which number 1 is DNA does not equal code. That will come out on Friday. Specifically, that does a lot of talking about creationist talking points and how they often try to point to DNA as being that's one of the new talking points that creationists love to. When I say new, I mean in the last, 15, 20 years or whatever, that they've really loved to hammer on that. Oh, it's code. It's computer code. And code has to have a coder. And that drives me nuts every single time. The other one here, the second one that will be coming out a week from Friday, is the objective morality scam. So that goes a lot deeper into, and specifically what I go into is an analogy that I think is very apropos. Anytime someone says, "Oh, you can't have morality if your morality is subjective," which to me the most logical response to that is that's like saying that you can't have laws because all laws are subjective. So if you don't have objective laws, you can't have laws, which is just demonstrably false and just stupid on top of that. And then the third one here that will come out 2 weeks from Friday, a little more of an esoteric reference you guys may not know about, but there was a book that came out in the 70s called the Illuminatus Trilogy. Really trippy book, but it had some cool stuff about mind support. So by all means, check those out when they come out. I think most of you guys, especially the early guys who are on the stream, know how this works, which says, which is that all of the videos, when I schedule them to be released in the future, will be made available immediately for members. And then on the day when they get officially released on the channel, of course, everyone can see them. So I have yet to ever create a video that's not eventually available for everyone. But one of the perks, I try to give people for being a member is you will get to see the videos as soon as they get queued up in the system, meaning that I have them edited and I have thumbnails for them. I see a real weird question there. I know a friend of the channel, I've seen you on here before, but he says, subscribed to a messenger of truth, ? Oh, you know what? I know what he's reacting to. On the left side of the screen, you can see my subscriptions. So yes, I am subscribed to a messenger of truth. And no, that has nothing to do with me enjoying a messenger of truth's content at all. So if you look at my list of subscriptions, you will find many, many channels that would seem to go directly against what I espouse on my channel. But there's a reason for that, because this is my Skepticus account. So on my Skepticus account, I have subscribed to, of course, all of the channels that I appreciate in terms of enjoying their content, which, a lot of them are atheist, agnostic kind of stuff. But I also subscribe to a whole lot of content from apologists and alt-right people, etc. Not because, of course, I really want to watch that crap, but I do reaction videos, and I guess you can call it opposition research, right? Because you want to know what the other guys are saying. Sometimes I want to know because I do direct reactions to those videos. Other times it's just good to know what, to put your finger to the pulse of what faux Christian America is doing. Like the last video, the latest reaction video that I did to Cameron Kirk. How did I see the video from Cameron Kirk? Well, because I am actually subscribed to Cameron Kirk's content. I do not recommend it for the faint of heart. I do not wish it on anyone. In fact, if there is any public service that I am providing for all of you, it's that I go through the apologist content so that you don't have to. The only time you have to go through their content on my channel, and even then you don't have to, is if I do a reaction video and if you choose to follow along with me on that reaction video. But even then, of course, you don't have to watch. But you'll notice, like, if I go to my subscriptions feed here, you're going to see a lot of stuff. You'll see stuff, of course, from the people that are friends of my thinking, right? You got Justin here, you got Myth Vision there. So, of course, we have all of those. But then we have like the latest Testify is live streaming right now. And, the Revelation Signal and Grow in Faith, Grow in Christ. So if you did not know what kind of channel I'm running or what kind of person I have, you would probably think that I had either just deconstructed and, maybe I had all of these old subscriptions still in my queue, right? Hey, Demented Engineer. Or you might also think that I was severely bipolar, bordering on, maybe just flat out psychotic because on one hand, you see these clearly alt-right and or overtly evangelistic channels. And then on the other level, you see the atheist and agnostic content. Here you can see I subscribe to Bless God Studios. It's not because I can give you a positive recommendation about Bless God Studios, but hey, it's, I guess, one of the dangers of the hobby that I have chosen to take up. Okay, so I was showing stuff that'll be coming out. Obviously, you guys will be able to see that really soon on your own anyway, so we'll move past that. I do want to mention really quick too. Well, I'll mention this later. Never mind. So next thing I wanted to show is just really quick, in case you didn't see the post about it. I've added new content here. So I have, for what it's worth, I have some new syllogisms. We can make this a little bigger too. You can see this. I guess it's going off the same that I had on the YouTube site. Okay, so I have new syllogisms. I also have the second book of the Christian quiz in place. So we had 64 questions that came out of Genesis. Over the weekend, I finished up the 63 questions for Exodus. I'm currently working on Leviticus. So also I added a little bit of configuration here for when you launch the quiz. So now, of course, you never had to take all the questions, right? You could just stop. But now you could say, hey, I only want to have a quiz that has 40 questions, or the minimum you can choose is 10. And you can choose to turn off one of these books. Of course, when I get more books in, you'll be able to choose or to select or unselect more books. So you can configure how big or how long your quiz will be. So that's a little bit helpful, I think. And then also I added this little feature. I don't know if it's anything that people care about, but occasionally I get comments from people who enjoy the background images and such on the videos. Plus all of these things were like chunking up my hard drive. So I said, you know what, I'm going to make a gallery and throw these up on the web. So if anyone likes these or wants to grab them or what have you, full disclosure, as you guys probably know, I make no qualms about the fact that these are generated with AI, and I know that makes people get in their feels. It's a very kind of polarizing subject in today's day and time, right? But I'm not going to sit here and spend hours and hours in Photoshop to make all these images, and I don't have I don't have a resource to pay someone to sit around and make images all day. So I do use AI. Again, I know that makes some people feel a certain sort of way, but I'm not going to sit here and apologize for it. But if you like any of these and wanted to grab them or just wanted to see the images that have come from the shows, you can go here and kind of browse through them, and you can see, you can see the thumbnails here, but then you can see the bigger versions like this, and you can even download them or something if you had some other use for them for yourself. I mean, I don't have any rights to them. So Michael says, can I use those AI images? I mean, they're all open source, open rights. I mean, I think people in the past have tried to claim like copyright and stuff over AI things that they've created, which that I find to be deeply immoral, to sit there and type in a prompt into an engine to make an image and then try to claim that it's your image. So, so in fact, if anything, it's kind of nice that if anyone could have any value for these at all to reuse them, at least if you were to reuse them, then they don't have to be regenerated by AI, right? So if to the extent that any of them can be used again for any other purpose, if that can save a tree or something, then that would be really good. I know that sounds horrible because people will say I've already killed like 1,000 trees by putting this up here, but do with them as you will. So if they're valuable to anyone, if you like them, want to download them or anything, you of course can do that. Here's a fun one. This is me at Christmas. But that's there as a fun little new resource. And then we'll get into comments, and then I have comments as like the God's troll army kind of stuff, and then if no one has called in, I would actually like to just kind of do some group quizzing with the questions that I have in the Christian quiz now, but that'll come in a little bit. I do want to highlight here. I saw a question come up. Just a second. Let me grab this. Dan says, would love to know your thoughts on the Antichrist. My wife was saying how our current orange president is fulfilling prophecy. I'm skeptical, of course. So I assume that's probably aimed a little bit toward me. I realize sometimes there's a danger in trying to read the comments in the chat too fast, because sometimes you think they're talking to me because I'm running the live stream. And then other times you realize, oh, that was a comment to someone else in the live stream. So if this was not pointed at me at all, that's fine. But I think it's interesting commentary. I will tell you that the only real way that we think about the Antichrist is in relation to Revelation. And from everything that I've ever known about Revelation, and this is backed up by any non-evangelical sources now, it is not and was never meant to be any type of prophecy or commentary on current day or certainly not anything from the future tense from our perspective. The very common reading of Revelation, and of course it's hard to say because it's all written like any prophecy. It's written like a fever dream. It's written like an acid trip. It's written to be purposely obtuse and opaque. But the very common reading of Revelation is that it's almost all entirely about Rome and about Roman emperors, probably very specifically about Nero, but it could be others. But I have never seen a compelling case that anything in Revelation actually maps to current or future times from our perspective at all. That includes any reading of the Antichrist. And, just like any prophecies, I'll give you a secular example of this. There's Nostradamus, right? If you've read any of the quatrains of Nostradamus, it's very similar to Revelation, not in terms of what he's painting the pictures, but but it's very similar from the perspective that how does prophecy work in the real world? Well, the only way it works, if you want to call it that, is that somebody who feels like they want to be a quote unquote prophet starts writing down a whole bunch of vague shit, a bunch of stuff that could mean anything to anyone at any time. And that is absolutely what Revelation is. Now, that being said, as vague as Revelation is, I get incredibly frustrated with some of these idiots who get on YouTube or whatever, and they build quite a large audience because this shit gets people's attention. They love them some Revelation. They love them some Antichrist. They love just jerking off and fantasizing about the time that will eventually come when Jesus will come and he'll make everything right, but not until, not before Satan has a chance to make everything wrong. And they get off on that stuff. They really do. I know like the Antichrist readings about like the ear, which quite frankly, I think the whole ear thing was probably fake, but I don't have evidence for that, of course. But, they try to equate that to Trump. But if you read what Revelation says about this, it doesn't say he's going to get his ear barely grazed during a campaign stop. It says something about he's going to maintain a grievous or mortal wound. Like basically it's going to be the kind of thing, if you were to believe that, where it's going to look to everyone like he's been killed, and then he won't. He will survive, which doesn't apply to anything that's ever happened to Trump in any way, shape, or form. But that's just one example. I know there are other places where people try to pull up references and think that it talks about Trump, or they think it talks about the current times, and they think it's talking about Israel today, and blah 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 blah. If any person wants to read Revelation and wants to believe that it is completely about all of the bullshit that's going on now or in the near future, they can. They have been able to do that 100 years ago. They were able to do it 30 or 40 years ago when I was young. They're able to do it now, and they'll be able to do it in 100 years from now when none of this shit has come to pass. It will always be a source for the idiots to constantly, repeatedly just pull it up over and over again and swear, no, it's coming. It's coming. So I have to give a special thank you here to Michael Cole, who has given me a super chat or a tip. Actually, that's not a super chat, I guess. I don't know. Like they have different categories here, but thank you for that, brother. That deserves the double fart. Wait, play again. Oh, I paused it. I have to work out my soundboard. But thank you very much. I appreciate that so much. Appreciate all the tips anytime. Hey, Susie. Good to see you. All right. So I've given the pre-information. I told you guys about the new features. I told you guys about what we're doing tonight. So let's dive into some comments, shall we? Let me pull this up. Let me get the first one. I also have to tell you, before we dive into these, usually I like to pull as much as possible the angry comments, the people that are giving me shit. And I haven't had as many of those this week for whatever reason. It's not because I've been better. But this is one week. This is one of the few times I'm probably going to highlight a lot of comments from the agreement side, just because I loved from the Kirk Cameron video how everyone got it. Like there are some videos where people may like the video, but I don't know if they really got the message. There are some videos where I'm like, I don't know if I expressed myself, properly there. I don't know if people really understood what I was getting at. But with the Kirk Cameron video, everyone got it. Like, of course I talked for a long time in the video, but also you could just tell that everyone could see it immediately, that this guy is completely clueless, has no self-awareness, does not realize at all that all of these things he thinks he's railing about in the secular world are absolutely applicable to him and his religion and his alt-right bullshit. So it was pretty funny. So we're definitely going to go through a lot of that. But we will start with, but I will start with one not from that video that definitely was not very complimentary. This was really funny. You can pull this up, put this on screen. So this wasn't on the Kirk Cameron video. This is on one of my prophecy failure videos. And this dude, Josh Underwood, says, a little over 2 minutes in, and I just can't go on. I was willing to look past supposedly, which is supposed to be supposedly, but then you said the bit about offspring, and I couldn't go on. Offspring is used for both the singular and the plural. I probably agree with what you are trying to say, but you aren't doing your argument any favors, man. Now, we're gonna bring the receipts on this, because this, to me, is kind of hilarious. Now, when I see comments like this sometimes, I mean, I would be the first one to tell you that while I have a fairly good vocabulary, I have sometimes reached for the wrong word. Sometimes I don't enunciate properly. But one thing that I generally never do is, there's a whole host of lazy, bad word substitutes that people use. They use supposedly instead of supposedly. They use library instead of library. They use nuclear instead of nuclear. And this is not something that I normally do. So I couldn't help but when I saw this, I thought, really, did I do that? So let's pull this up.
Made to Abraham's.
And let me put this up in a different window, because I want to make sure that the sound comes through properly. So give me just a second. I know I should have set this up first, but give me just a second. And this will be, do this. Oh no, that's right. Here. Capture audio. Okay, so you should be able to hear this now. And yes, I know that's like taking up the whole damn screen. Let me shrink that down a little bit there. All right. Okay, so you see that all there now. And he was saying about how I'm saying supposedly.
Seed is the promise fulfilled here by Jesus, is that there is the promise made to Abraham's.
Wait, let me find it real quick. I'm going to go look at the transcript. (156).
Is real. This is where God is appearing to Abraham and telling him this. So the prophecy that is supposedly fulfilled here by
Did you get that? Let's do it again.
Jesus, is appearing to Abraham and telling him this. So the prophecy that is supposedly.
Oh, wait, let's hear that again.
And telling him this. So the prophecy that is supposedly fulfilled.
I don't know if you guys could, I mean, you guys should be able to, because I'm porting the audio through here, but of course, supposedly, I mean, they are very close. And depending upon what device you're listening on, it may be hard. And I don't always thoroughly, properly enunciate when I need to. But then I go back and I watch this and I'm like, wait a minute.
God. Prophecy is appearing to Abraham and telling him this. So the prophecy that is supposedly fulfilled.
Oh, what do you know? I said supposedly. This douchebag has. I'm not gonna pull up the other one that he's bitching about because it would just be like, okay, we've kind of made the point at this point. But let me get this off screen here real quick. Okay. So back to what this douchebag, he says a little over 2 minutes in, and I just can't go on. He just can't go on, people. He can't go on. I was willing to look past supposedly. Notice he's giving me shit here. I mean, I don't normally sit here and try to give someone shit about the grammar that they use in their comments because, hey, I try not to be a complete fucking douchebag, right? But then notice he's saying look past. That's not the proper way to use past. So then he can't be bothered to know how to use past, and then he claims that I am saying supposedly, which it's really close, but I clearly said supposedly. And then finally he's talking about, offspring is used for both the singular and the plural. Yeah, I get that, douchebag. If you watch the damn video, the point that I was making in the video that I made very clearly is that they claim that this has to be Jesus because there's a verse in the New Testament that actually tries to tell you that offspring has to be singular. The verse tries to demand that you read offspring as singular. That's exactly the point that I was making in this analysis. I mean, it was one of numerous points that I was making in this analysis, but I was showing the viewer that this verse that they claim is a prophecy talks about offspring, and then in the New Testament they try to tell you that offspring has to be singular. So not only can he not listen, but then on top of that, he can't even be bothered to follow the thread of what I'm claiming in the video because I am absolutely telling you that offspring is singular or plural. So he can't listen. He can't follow the thread of what I'm actually saying. But what he can do is get into the comments and just be a complete fucking douchebag. This was hilarious to me. I said, I get it. Listening is hard. Comprehension is even harder. And then he says, listening is hard. You make it brutal with your grasp of the English language. This is the same guy who doesn't know how to use the word past and who doesn't actually understand that I said on screen that offspring can be singular or plural. So I said, I'll have a lot of fun highlighting your idiocy on next Tuesday's live stream. Then he gives the whole, oh no, not the live stream. Please, I beg you. Yeah, well, the begging didn't work. And although I think we're going to need another one because all I have right now is
Coward of the Week.
But I reserve the Coward of the Week for the people who say they're going to call in or who continually get into all of the threads over and over throughout the week and then refuse to call in when they're invited to. So I can't really call him the Coward of the Week. He's just the fucking idiot of the week. I mean, that's all it is. You literally can't even listen to the audio. You can't respond, and when you do listen to it, you mishear it, and then you sit there and go off in the comments about how you think I have mispronounced something when I absolutely have not. You can't even follow the thread of what I said, where I have clearly pointed out that offspring is used for both singular and plural, and that's why the prophecy is ridiculous. Because yeah, you could say that it applies to Jesus, but there is no reason when you read the original Genesis 12:7. In fact, I'll pull that up real quick. I don't want to sit here and do a full recap of that video, but let me pull this up really quick. 12:7. This is going to freeze here. I don't know why it's freezing. But then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. That's it. That's what they claim is the prophecy. Because they're saying, oh, the offspring is Jesus. Literally, this is the Christian claim, that this verse, then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring, I will give this land. They're saying, oh, that's Jesus, which, okay, you can tell me that Jesus was, in the grand scheme of things, one of the offspring of Abraham. But to say that this somehow directly points to Jesus is just completely, utterly ignorant. But then it's not bad enough that they try to tell you that this points to Jesus. But then there is the verse, I forget where it is, but it's in the New Testament, where they specifically try to tell you that this word offspring can only apply to the singular. This Bible tool that I'm using is called Bible by Olive Tree. I think I paid for it, but it's not much. Or maybe it was free, but I had to pay to get the NRSV loaded into it. And the only reason I did that, most people use Bible Gateway, but I just found this to be a little bit better for taking screenshots for appearance. I also found it to be a little better for keeping notes in. It's not like some amazing Bible study tool. It's not like some of those tools that they have now that show you all the Hebrew and show you the Aramaic and show you all these references and stuff. It's definitely not on that kind of level, but it was good for me as a tool to be able to put these things on screen in a very clean and legible way. So that's why I have this tool. So anywho, thank you, Josh Underwood, for maybe not being the coward of the week, although I'm still going to play it for you anyway. Why not? Because you deserve
Coward
it.
of the week.
Coward of the week. Coward of the week.
Actually, you know what this one deserves? We actually have one for him. So, Josh Underwood, congratulations.
You are an idiot!
Yes. That is absolutely the sound clip for Josh Underwood.
You are an idiot!
Yes. That's wonderful. So congratulations, Josh Underwood. You have taken a special place in my heart this week. Okay. Moving on, because we're not going to make the whole show about Josh Underwood, although I would really love to. I just as a side note before we move on, I have to say it's hilarious to me because every once in a while, I will get someone who will put a comment. Usually it's not someone claiming that I said supposedly or nuclear or library, but usually it's someone saying something a little more detailed about, they'll claim that I said something in the video. And because a lot of times the comments come in within a week or two after I post the video, so it's pretty fresh in my mind. A lot of times I'll see some of these comments and I'll think, did I say that? Like, I don't think I said that, especially because some of these are scripted. So some of these I have a whole script in front of me before I even do the video. Even the ones that I do off the cuff, I usually have a pretty good mental recall of what I've actually said in the video. So there have been, since I've, in the last year since I've started the channel, there have been at least a dozen times where somebody will put a comment about something that I said in the video, and I'll have to go back and check because I'll think, I don't think that's what I said. Almost every single time I'm right. Almost every single time I'll go back and I'll find the portion of the video. I'll replay it. I'll look at this transcript. Sometimes I just replay it, in full. Hey, curious, and I'll look at the whole thing. And sure enough, I did not say what the commenter is claiming that I said. And for the most part, I'm not upset about that, because if you watch a 45-minute video, sometimes you leave a comment at the end of the video. And by that time, you have already in your own mind kind of twisted in certain cases what the content creator actually said during that portion of the video. And as long as you're not a dick about it, I don't care. I've had some people that have said, oh, you said this, but that's not true. And then but they won't say it in a stupid attacking way. And then I'll go back and I'll say, no, actually, here's what I said in the video. I went back and looked at it and rewatched it. And this is exactly what I've said. And normally those interactions are fine. But it's hilarious to me. Like, my little bit of advice to anyone who doesn't want to be a complete and utter douchebag on the interwebs is, if you're going to pop off like a whiny little bitch, at least have the common sense to know that what you're popping off about is actually what the content creator said. Because, not only can I go back and look at the video and see that you're telling me that I said something that I never said, but if they want to, anyone else can do the same. They can all see that you're making a complete asshole out of yourself. So I would think that if you're going to put comments like that on someone's video, you would at least have the sense of self-preservation that it takes to make sure that what you're commenting on is actually what the content creator said. But you know what? Maybe that's only something that atheists do. I don't know. Maybe that's something that other content creators do. Maybe general people don't do that. I don't know. It's not something that happens to me a lot, but it takes some big cojones to just jump in there and start braying like a jackass, accusing me of saying things that I literally never said, and I can prove it because it's in the damn video that you commented on. Okay, so Kirk Cameron, Pineapple Penumbra, who has comments a lot on my stuff. They said, unlimited power and zero accountability. Like your God, you mean? And then they do say, however, the next part about power revealing people's good or evil nature rather than changing it is backed up by research. So, hey, even a broken clock can be right twice a day, and so can an apologist. Although, of course, I agree with Pineapple Penumbra, but I will say this. I can't even give him credit in that scenario for being right, just like a broken clock, because, I mean, he literally, minutes before that, said that Homelander was, corrupted by power, but that power was what did the corrupting. And then, with complete lack of knowledge of what he had said in his own video minutes before, he then just completely illogically pivoted and said, oh, but power just exposes the problem that was already there, which, by the way, I tend to agree with. I think it can go both ways. I think power can corrupt, but I think it is more accurate, more often, to say that power exposes the bullshit that was already within you. But I can't even give you credit for getting the second one right when it goes right on the heels of you just boldly saying exactly the opposite only minutes before that in the video. Yeah, Demented Engineer says Pineapple has good comments. Yes, they do. Hey, Jesse. Okay, Jesse, I have to, guess what I'm going to do. Wait, where's this at? So, because Jesse's a member, Jesse's even called him, so I'm going to, in a good-natured way, give him some shit and say, Jesse, actually, not Jesse, anyone else, when do I live stream now? Every week I live stream on a certain day at a certain time. So, to be fair, like I have done a few ad hoc ones. So like Saturday I got on and just did like an ad hoc thing. But what I'm trying to hammer into my at least my regular viewers is, when does Adam of Nola, when does Skepticus live stream? Could it be a certain day of the week, like Tuesday? Could it be starting every Tuesday at 5:00 Central? Of course, I'm just giving you shit, Jesse. But since I saw that comment from you, I'm like, dude, come on, man. This should be in your appointment book. You should have a tattoo for this, right? Yeah. I did have one Saturday, and the Saturday one was absolutely ad hoc. So the schedule, what I am committing to now every week, is just every week on Tuesday, unless there's an emergency or something, of course. But generally speaking, every week on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Central, we will have our regular live stream. And then I reserve the right to throw in ad hoc live streams as I desire anytime else throughout the week when I feel like making people listen to me and I feel like just turning on the microphone and the camera. Okay. Yeah, Wednesday, wee hours. Yeah, I've gone pretty late. I mean, last week we went. Well, last week we went till 10:30. Of course, 2 weeks ago I went till midnight Central, and I specifically did that because it was the 1 year anniversary live stream, and midnight was the official rollover to the day of my 1 year anniversary for the channel. I don't plan on live streaming until midnight most Tuesdays. First of all, because I work on Wednesdays like most people do. But if we get more callers, I don't just mean tonight, I mean in any given live stream, I'm always willing to go longer if we have good callers and good conversation. And I'm going to start making more of an effort to get stuff on TikTok, because I think one of the ways you get more callers is by also getting the stream going on TikTok. Even though I don't care about TikTok. I don't like TikTok, but if it will get more potential callers, you know, to kind of keep that flow going. So that's one of the things that I have in my kind of YouTube to-do list over the next week or so, is to get more of that stuff set up for TikTok. Okay, so let's see this person here. This is something I don't normally do on my live streams. I'm going to show a comment that someone put up about something that's not yet available for viewing, but you'll see why in a second. So this video that's available now for members, I just put it up this afternoon, and it'll be available for everyone on Friday morning. But Doc and Box, who is a member, so thank you to them. But I loved this comment. It said, I have so just to give you a quick synopsis, because of course the video is not publicly available yet, but the basic premise of the video is that creationists like to make this claim that, oh, DNA is code and code has to have a coder and therefore God. It's just another God of the gaps argument, right? Or it's another watchmaker argument is what it is. It's a more modern version of the watchmaker argument. Like, oh, DNA is code, so it must have a coder, therefore it must be God. The point of the video is that DNA is not code, at least not in a computer coding sense. And I go through that in detail in the video. If you guys aren't members, you'll see it available in a few days on Friday morning. But they say, let me put it on screen. I should put it on screen here. Go there. I have supported your channel going so far as to support you monetarily. I am well versed in biology. I have never seen a biologist argue against DNA as a code. I have only seen the arguments against DNA as code advanced by computer people. I have not finished your video yet, but I will, because I find this discussion most pertinent. I do believe in a creator, but not the Genesis account. This is the first time I actually disagree with you, but I will return and watch all your video and reassess the direction I point that thumb. Will you change my mind? Before that, I have chapters to write. It's a short drive to NOLA from Pensacola. If you prevail, I'll buy you lunch or beignets or whatever you prefer. So that's a great offer. I don't know if I will be able to, if Doc and Box got to finish the video yet, or if I changed their mind. Although I'm going to point out a few things, and some of this is getting ahead of ourselves because most of you haven't had a chance to see this video yet. But he almost kind of hits it here because he says, I've never seen a biologist argue against DNA as a code. And in the video, I talk about how there's a more ancient idea of the term code, which is a cipher, which is just one piece of information that represents something else. And in that respect, I do make it clear in the video that you could argue that DNA base pairs absolutely could be a type of code, because you can say these base pairs in this order at this place in the DNA could ultimately be a translation or a code for blue eyes or for a big nose or something like that. But that's not the way in which creationists use the term. They seamlessly, and I think sometimes even maliciously, transfer between this idea of code as a cipher versus code as an instruction set, as an algorithmic set of code, as though DNA tells your cells or tells life how to build this organism. And it simply doesn't work like that. And I go through that in detail in the video. If you guys haven't seen it yet, then hopefully on Friday morning at the latest, you'll be able to check it out and give me your thoughts on that as well. But that is something I feel very adamant about, that DNA is not computer code at all. It is not algorithmic code. The best analogy that you could bring to it in terms of computers is possibly a database, because it is a store of information, and that information actually is deterministic. It's a causal chain of information that creates a cascade that eventually creates an organism. So let me get to we have a caller here. I'd like to see what they have to say. So Kai, are you with us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah. You called in before, right?
Awesome. I don't know, maybe. I think so.
Oh, okay. So what? You're 18, right?
Yep.
You're 18.
Yep.
I mean, at least 18. I mean, and you're a believer?
Believer, and yeah, I guess so. Yeah, might as well simplify it. Sure.
Okay. I just have to throw this in here because I see this a lot, like when I watch other channels that do call-in stuff. And even in the brief history that I've been doing this, I see this as well. But it's amazing to me how many people don't seem to have an efficient way to communicate their own beliefs. And I'm not saying that as a knock. I'm not saying it as an insult to you. I'm saying it's surprising to me how sometimes just asking someone like, are you a believer, can lead to some very roundabout answers. But that being said, I'm not trying to
have different ways of seeing those words, and a lot of people will use these words generically, and other people will use it very specifically. So when you use a generic abstraction like, are you a believer, it's kind of
well,
abstract.
that's why I ask it in that
sure,
way,
maybe
because
depends on
if
what
I
you
said to
mean
you, you know, are you a Southern Baptist or something? I mean, you know, these get into very esoteric little details. But if I say a believer, I mean, that's purposely meant to be generic, so that at least at the beginning of the conversation, you can take it as generically as you want. You know what I mean? We can get into more specifics as we talk, but that's why I keep it vague at the beginning, like, hey, are you a believer? But that being said,
Yeah, I don't like abstract questions either. That's probably why I responded abstractly too.
okay. So is there a particular reason you called in, or do you want me to like kind of railroad you into some place where I can jump on you and make a fool out of you? I'm just kidding. But
Well, I mean, I was hearing what you were saying about you disagreeing that DNA is code.
Mm-hmm.
You had a very roundabout way of defining what code is.
oh, you think I had a round of,
Definition that
okay.
you were trying to contest, and the definition you provided didn't really exclude the definition you were contesting.
All right. So let me try to make myself clearer. And then if I would love for you to challenge me on this. So there are two basic ways, two different categories that people think of when they hear the word code. And if I looked it up in,
Only two?
I mean, we can pull up a dictionary. I don't know, you know, if you have others you would like me to consider, I'd like to hear them. But let me just, you know, give these to you again.
Yeah, but like if somebody says something, right, and they say like, oh, I'm saying that, you know, DNA is a code, they're using it in a very specific context, specific way, that you have to actually listen to their specific context in order to
Right.
find the actual definition that they're trying to use.
So if someone just says, hey, DNA is a code, you know, like Richard Dawkins
Yeah.
says that DNA is a code.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem. Although even Richard Dawkins, I think, misspeaks, because he will then just say, he will then not say it's just a code. He will say it's computer code. No, it's not. I'm a programmer. This is what I do for a living. And programs, computer code, is not just a data store. Okay? You can use a data store. You can have a data object that you manipulate, or you can have a database where data is stored. But the database is not code. The database is just a place where you put bits. So it's a data store. But computer code has very specific functions that it needs in order to be computer code, because computer code is an instruction set. And in order to be a meaningful algorithmic instruction set, it has to have certain features, or it's just not going to be able to operate as computer
I'd say the
code.
instruction set for that would be the laws of physics in this case.
Well, you can use the laws of physics. The laws of physics don't change what I'm talking about. So even if you want to use the laws of physics, here's what an instruction set has to be able to accomplish. For one, you need to be able to have the ability to store, update, and transfer data. We call that a variable. You need to be able to have the ability to set logic conditions, like a logic gate. So you can say, if this condition, do that, otherwise do this other thing, or if it's a third condition, then do the third thing. That's a logic, a conditional statement. There is nothing in DNA that in any way, shape, or form can be defined as a logic condition. Then you have to be able to loop, one of the most basic functions of any.
What do you mean?
What's that?
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's nothing in DNA that allows you to do that? You're basically saying if-then code.
Yeah, there's nothing in DNA that does that at all.
You mean like a genome turning on and off, saying if this, then this?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Isn't that not the foundation of DNA?
No.
On and off?
There is nothing in DNA that does that. Now, some people do get confused on this because, to be fair, there is epigenetics, okay? But epigenetics allows for environmental input that will change, that will turn on or off at sometimes the expression of genes. But that is not in the DNA at all. So if you wanted to tell me that the entire system of life somehow is an instruction set, I mean, that's a much broader, much more vague claim. But the DNA cannot even definitionally, by any sense of the idea of an algorithm, be called an algorithm at all. You cannot do conditional. There's nothing in DNA that does a conditional statement.
I guess you'd have to look at it probably, rather than an evolutionary genetic level, you might have to look at it in the molecular biological level then.
That's exactly the level I'm looking at
Very,
it
very
on.
small.
Because
about
DNA is information. It's an information store, essentially. I mean, everything's information on some level in physics, but there is.
different layers of information allow you to do more complicated things. Why
You can put on 100
become
layers,
more and more
but
complicated.
just putting on more layers of information doesn't. So unless some of that information is the information about when to branch to this side of the logic or the other side of the logic. So just adding more information doesn't add that.
Well, yeah, life or death would do that.
But that does nothing to change your DNA. You're talking
Or
about
not?
you're talking about outcomes that happen while the organism is living. That doesn't change the DNA.
I'm saying the conditions of either being alive or being dead would change the DNA structure.
Well, again, that doesn't change the DNA structure. But I think what you're trying to get
Natural
to.
selection is that very thing.
Well, it does nothing to change the actual DNA. It does everything to determine how likely that DNA is to propagate, which is not the same thing. It's a very different statement. So this is what I'm getting at. The DNA itself has no ability to make any logical decisions whatsoever. The DNA has no ability to loop. The DNA has no ability to reuse any information, which in programming we would call a function or a method or a component. It has no ability to perform operations. I mean, one of the most basic aspects. Go ahead.
You mean by itself?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem. It's kind of like saying code can't do anything without, something to process the code.
But the information in the code
I could write
is
a
what
bunch of
tells
ones
you
and
how to
zeros on
do
a piece
that.
of paper. It's not going to become a computer code.
There
That's
is
something to
nothing
process.
inside DNA that gives
language.
the information for an if-then condition.
About the DNA, no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The thing processing it has to.
But the point is that yes,
It's a
it is
living
true
mechanism.
that to run code, I need to have an interpreter, depending upon what level of code I'm writing, and then
Yeah,
eventually a
because I'm saying it's
compiler.
life or death.
But the point is that
That's
the
the
logic
interpreter's life.
the logic for how the code operates is in the code. It's not in the compiler.
Okay. What do
So
you mean
that's
by
why I'm
that?
saying you can't. So people try to compare computer code and DNA, just because DNA has to be run in a system of life, and just because computer code has to be run in a compiler, doesn't mean that you can hold them to be analogous, because the logic for when to use a conditional statement doesn't live in computer code in the compiler. It lives in the code itself. The computer code is the instruction set.
Yeah, but who put the compiler in the code there?
No one puts compiler in code.
Nobody? Doesn't the coder do that?
You don't put a compiler
programmer,
into no.
software
That's an
designer?
illogical statement. You don't put a
do you mean?
compiler into code.
I know, but you're talking to me like I'm a programmer guy.
Well,
You're using words that the average person isn't going to have access to.
well, dude, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just if you're saying to me
Transform it a little bit.
if
I
I'm
understand language. I don't understand programming.
okay, I'm fine with that. But I'm saying you're asking me to you're basically challenging me in a friendly way on how is it that DNA is not code, and I'm explaining to you in the simplest terms I can. I mean, obviously, I could get a lot more esoteric, which I think would go over people's heads and bore them. Not because I'm super smart, but just because I've been programming
Saying when people say
for
something
30 years.
code, they're using a specific explanatory reason. It's not necessarily
That's
semantically claiming that this is computer code.
But
This
that's
is
exactly the point here. That
language.
what I'm talking about here with the point that what I'm talking about here when people the context that people typically try to use this in, not everyone, but a lot of people on the apologist side, they try to use this in the context that, if computer code needs a programmer, then DNA code needs a DNA code programmer. But the analogy is completely bankrupt because computer code has nothing to do functionally whatsoever with DNA code.
What do you mean functionally then? Like, what do you mean by that?
Okay, let me explain again.
Functionally,
There are basic
they're both
features of a
languages.
programming language that you have to have in order for it to be a programming language. There are literally thousands of programming languages that have been created by people over the span of 50, 60, 70 years. But there are a set of core features that pretty much every single programming language, all of them have. And if they don't have them, then they're not programming languages. Because if they don't have these features, these are the features that you need in order to be able to write an instruction set.
Okay.
So if you don't have the ability, for example, to put
Saying
basic...
that those four things aren't inherent to DNA specifically, therefore DNA doesn't fit that category.
I'm saying not inherent. They don't exist in DNA. You can't even do those things in DNA.
all four of them.
Well, there's more of them that I was going through, but yeah, all four of them.
Okay, I don't know.
My
Ask
point,
some molecular biologists, I guess. I imagine they might be there, but
they're
might
not.
not be seen where they are.
They're not.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. you
You're saying a
can
negative, like what you're using is very specific wording that something doesn't exist somewhere.
you can ask a molecular biologist. So I mean, it's not like this is my
Neither
opinion
one of us
on
are One
it.
of those things. That's why I'm saying you don't know that.
But just because I'm not a
could be.
molecular biologist doesn't mean that I can't possibly say what a molecular biologist would say about this.
Yeah, that's why we can say what we do know, but you can't say what you don't know.
I do know
like
that
some,
these things do not
absolute.
exist in DNA.
Okay, well, you can believe that. I don't believe that.
Well,
think
then
this
you'd
is
be
quite a lot we
wrong
don't know.
because these things literally do not exist in DNA. And this is the point that I'm trying to get to
Construct
here
DNA,
is that
how would you know that?
you can't just look at any random pile of data and say, look, that's a programming language. And then when you find none of the features that would be required for it to be a programming language, say, well, I think it still is. I mean, you can say that if you want, but all you're doing then is sticking your fingers in your ears and going, nah, 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 because we know what features you need in order to be able to create an instruction set.
So what's the explanatory value of me saying that it's a language or it's a program for life?
There's no good
When people
explanatory
use that
value there.
Statement. There's a specific reason why they're using this kind of language.
Yeah, the reason is
Communicating
because they want to tell you then that there has to be a coder behind it. That's
Wouldn't that be pretty
why the
interesting to
creationists
consider?
do
Why-
this.
Why not? I mean,
Because I just explained this. That's why not, because these features do not exist in DNA.
yeah, I think there's some fundamental difference that we're kind of running into. I don't specifically
We're not.
know what it is, but maybe
This
it's a
this is
categorical
a little
issue
pamphlet
where-
here.
Because like I said, this is an explanatory factor, right? People are saying that because there's a specific language in biology and patterns and reoccurring patterns over and over again, leading to higher and higher levels of abstraction. There stands to reason that there might be, in biology, it would be abiogenesis if you wanted to go to the origin of it. So did you want to go to abiogenesis instead to simplify it?
Abiogenesis has nothing to do with this.
Coding about DNA, it just means that these are the building blocks of life.
Yes, they are the
Like, it
building
tells
blocks
you
of
where
life.
Specifically to build something. Yeah.
They are the
That's what
building
they
blocks
mean
of
by
life.
Programming.
But
The thing that determines what gets built. Like the blueprint. Like you give a blueprint to a carpenter, the carpenter builds the blueprint.
no, but that's what I'm saying. That doesn't work. No. So the way that DNA operates,
work?
the way that DNA
Like
operates,
what if you just denying
the
what I'm trying to explain? It's explaining something.
the way
What
that
are you denying about what I said?
if you let me finish the sentence, I would tell you. Can I
Just keep reverting back to what you're saying about programming.
can I finish the sentence?
Yes, I'm just trying
Okay,
to get to like
so-
a foundational understanding.
There's
of
a sentence here
degree.
I'm trying to say. Okay, so the way that DNA works is that it is a deterministic causal chain. And you can actually demonstrate that. You can actually demonstrate this. I talk about it in the video that's coming out on Friday, because if you take a computer program, almost any modern major computer program, and you run it multiple times, you get different outputs. Because computer programs, except for the simplest little, we have little utility programs that do basic functions, but any major program is designed to react to a whole set of variables. So I can run the same program over and over again, and yet I will get different results based upon the time of day, based upon the data that's coming into it, based upon what I did yesterday, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. If I take the same DNA and I clone it, assuming that I have an accurate cloning protocol, I get the same organism every
No.
single
What
time.
do you mean?
You get
mean
the
like
same
cloning,
organism.
like actual twins? You mean like genetic twins?
Yes, every single time. That's not
Okay,
the way
so why do we have
algorithms
twins
work.
that are born and they immediately have different behaviors?
They, no. I mean, going through life,
Because they have the exact same genetics doesn't mean that they're going to behave exactly the same. Like all the factors that are influencing these individuals.
when you
are
clone,
immediately
when you
infinitely
clone
diverse.
an organism, the new organism will have the same proclivities. Now, that doesn't mean that
at the same
that doesn't mean
time.
that in the process of living life that they won't end up doing different things, because of course when you get put into the real world, some people go left at the stop sign and some people go right for different reasons, you know. But that doesn't mean that they're not. That doesn't mean that they're not identically, genetically the same identical organism.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the external environment is a big factor in genetics. You can't take one away from the other and expect the DNA to make any sense. Like the environment is part of.
Right, but that's not the
processing.
external environment is not DNA.
Well, what do you think DNA is?
So I'll say it again.
DNA
DNA
is the adaptation of environment.
is a data store that is deterministic. It creates a causal chain of proteins that will lead to the creation of the exact
Yeah, but what does it do?
exact
What
same
does it do,
organism.
though? Like you're giving me a definition. I'm asking you what DNA. What's the point of DNA? What does it do?
It transfers. It allows
does
for
it
the transfer of information.
Okay, for what?
That's what it does. It allows for the transfer of information
Yeah, for what purpose?
to propagate itself.
Yeah, to continue to live. And what's living in this context? It's like the environment.
In the context of
environment is
DNA,
life,
none of that
right?
matters as long as it propagated itself.
Well, it does. Because
Yeah.
the main argument revolved around life and death as the processor of the genetic code that we're talking about.
Yeah.
When we talk about some people say God, you can just say generically life itself. What's the difference?
But you can't. So here's the difference. The DNA is the data store. It basically says, you know, if this organism, you know, continues to lives to adulthood and all this, these are the features it will have. This is, you know, how it will look and act, etc. That's the data store.
So we're asking like what the processor is, right? Like some people say God, right? Is that the main argument? Like why you have a problem with people saying God is the processor?
I don't care if people want to see God as the processor, but the point is that
Okay, that's the whole point.
what I am
DNA
specifically
being
addressing in that video and what I'm addressing in this, you know, discussion right now is that the data is not the processor. So when people
you're
look
right.
at DNA, they try to say, "Oh, DNA is computer code." It is not.
Yeah, why not? Okay.
Do you want me to define it again?
No, you can go ahead and define it as many
Well,
times
see-
as you want.
see,
this
you're-
is the
you're asking me why
explanatory reason
not.
What they're saying, they're making the comparison to. It doesn't mean it has to be identical to.
But it does when people want
could
to
be a
take that
different form of
comparison
computer
and
code.
use it to come to conclusions that are not warranted from that comparison.
Yeah, something doesn't have to be identical to be similar.
That's fine. But then trying to say that DNA is computer code, which it's not, therefore there has to be a computer programmer, that is logically bankrupt. It does not follow.
Yeah, but it has explanatory value, and that's why they're using it. They're not using it as a logical argument.
You can use creationism for explanatory value. It explains wrong answers.
What do you mean wrong? Let's see. So what's you're making that distinction again of
Like
objectively wrong, but
the Earth is not
valuable.
the Earth is not 6,000 years old. That's wrong. So you can sit there and say, well, my creationism has
Yeah, but what they
explanatory.
mean-
So saying
That's
just
what,
saying
that's what people do, like. See, that's
just
where you're doing it
saying
again,
that
because
something
it's
has
objectively wrong,
explanatory
it doesn't have
value
subjective
doesn't do
value.
anything. It only
Why
helps
does
if
something
the
have to be objectively true? Why can't it be subjectively true?
you can have subjective truth, but then how are you verifying your subjective truth? By other
What do you
people
mean, what
making
do
the
you
same
mean
wrong
ver-
assumptions?
Oh, okay. Where does subjectivity like where does the individual verify their subjective truth?
Yeah.
Like emotionally? You know.
Well,
if
I mean, if you
it
want to
generates
validate it emotionally, I
experienced reality
guess.
that they prefer. Like
So
asking somebody, "Do you feel good today?" And if the answer is yes or no, you can usually tell if their subjective experience of the world is in alignment or not. Because if it's not, then they might be doing something wrong.
what does this have to do with how valid it is, whether or not DNA is computer code or not?
Because we're having a difference between objective reality and subjective reality. So people are trying to subjectively explain something to you that they see.
So you can subjectively explain it all you want, but when you've drawn a shitty analogy and then you've used it to draw
Oh, it's
in,
only shitty if you look at it like that. That's why I'm trying to explain it.
okay, so go ahead and
show you.
please explain to me how DNA is computer code.
Well, computer code, I would take out the word computer. I would just say code in general.
That
like a language.
if you've listened to
Like a
what I've been
pattern.
saying, that has been a key distinction that I have been making over and over and over again. And yet every time I do, you still want to insist that we should be able to call it computer code. So either pick a lane,
Yeah,
either decide that we should be able to call it computer
I don't
code.
have to, like I tried to explain already. It doesn't have to be objectively computer code for me to say it's like computer code.
But it's not like
you can
computer
say-
code. It is not like computer code at all. If you want to tell me it's just code, as in it encodes information, fine. I
So
agreed
what if
with
I
that
use language
already.
Instead of computer code.
You don't understand what the difference is between any code at all and what computer code is. And every time I try to explain it to you, you seem to get upset that I'm talking above you or
I'm not
something.
making an objective observation of computer code. Like
I
you are.
am.
I'm trying to explain why some people are viewing genetics as a form of universal code of life.
I understand why they're viewing it, and I'm pointing out why it is erroneous.
Okay, so you just don't like how they're explaining something.
It's not about just not liking it. It's about understanding what computer code actually is.
Yeah, objectively.
Yes.
Something called subjective interpretations as well. Like there's
But
computer
you can have.
theorists that would probably
I'm a
disagree
big
with your
believer in
objective
subjective
definition.
information. Subjective morality, subjective truth. I mean, that's fine, but you can't use subjectivity as some banner that then allows you to just discard when you have objective truth actually sitting in front of you. That's not subjectivity. Doesn't mean, oh, I just get to take any objective value and just squirt it out my ass because I don't care. Like, that's just
not independent.
idiocy.
Okay, well, they're not independent of each other.
Subjective
them apart,
and
would-
subjective truth and objective truth are absolutely independent of each other.
Yeah, why?
They have nothing to do with each other. Do you know what objective means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's an object that doesn't have any. An object that, if you stop believing in it, doesn't cease to exist. It's independent of.
It's
the
mind
individuals
independent.
in it. But
That's
I mean,
what-
if you get into quantum physics, that gets even more messy about
Yeah,
reality.
but objective is mind independent. So you can't have something that is mind independent, like 1 + 2 = 3, and then say, well, but subjectively, I can decide that 1 + 2 is 7. I mean, you can, but you'll be objectively wrong.
Okay. But like I said, why do they have to be separate from each other? Why can't they be both right at the same time?
So why can't 1 + 2 = 3 and 7? Do I have to explain that?
Yeah. Well,
I
no,
have to
you're
explain to you why 1
confusing-
+ 2 can't
confusing
equal
objective
3 and 7.
observations with subjective observations.
So you want me to explain to you why 1 + 2
yes,
can't be equal to both 3 and 7 at the same time? I mean, first of all, there's laws of logic.
Because you're
It doesn't
using
sound like you're.
tautologies as
It doesn't
a
sound
branch
like
of
you've really
logic when
looked
that's
into
a
laws of
branch
logic at all
logic
before.
And objective theory that's not a subjective theory. That's an objective theory.
So
You're
you,
once again
you
relying
understand what laws of
heavily on
logic are?
objects and
Laws of logic are?
What about them?
Have you heard of them?
The laws of logic? The
Yes.
axioms of logic?
The laws of logic.
Presumptions of logic?
No, the laws of logic.
Presumptions.
No,
I mean, the laws of physics.
no. I don't know how many times I can say laws of logic.
You're talking about the philosophy of logic. When you say laws, what do you mean by law?
Oh my gosh.
Axioms of logic? This is where theology comes in pretty handy, man. Like,
No, this has nothing to do with theology.
Obsessed about definition.
This has
You're super
nothing to
obsessed
do
about
with theology
definition
at all.
before, and now you seem to be wanting me to assume something is true fundamentally, axiomatically, a presupposition, and you don't want to get to the definition because once again, it's relying on a presumption.
Okay,
Which
so
is subjective.
your theology tells you that
subjective.
you can just throw the laws of logic out.
That's what was my entire argument about why something has to like.
So
you're
you-
saying that it's
so your
like,
entire
you have to
argument
have,
is
like, logic
because
on
my
one
od-
side and subject on the other, and there's no like you can't put them together. And you just use the laws of logic, and I just pointed to you that at the foundation of the laws of logic is a subject.
So your theology is that screw logic, I can believe whatever I want to believe, right?
No.
No?
I'm saying that they're not independent of each other, like you seem to insist, because you want to rely heavily on something that you're very well versed in, which is logic and objectivity.
Yeah, and you don't want to listen
I'm
to any
saying
of
that You're
it.
very weak in philosophy and subjectivity.
But you have no idea what the laws of logic
Leaning
are.
heavily.
I'm very weak in philosophy, but you can't identify the laws of logic. That is a beautiful statement. I'm actually going to have to write that down. I'm going to have a, like a,
Interesting straw man.
you just said it. You literally just said it. So I'm
You
going
want to
to,
rewind and repeat what I said?
I'm going to need to make notes here because this is fun. So let's see here.
I'm glad you're having fun.
I definitely am. This is good.
It's the whole point of conversations.
Yeah, and I'm all for conversations. The problem
Not
is
circling
if we can't
definitions
even
over and over again.
if we're just going to say that, hey, laws of logic don't even mean anything, and you don't have to even acknowledge that they
I never
exist.
said that at all. See, once again, you're just assuming that that's what I believe because you want to dismiss the conversation before it got to a point where you had to concede that I had a point.
Okay, please tell me your point.
Because you know that the laws of logic have an axiom of presupposition.
Okay, yeah. So without that
Denying
presupposition,
that?
without that presupposition,
without
then
that
what are you going to do?
Yeah, without it, logic doesn't exist.
Okay, your point is
My point was subject and object aren't independent of each other, and I just proved it.
Subject and object are independent of each other by definition.
Gosh.
I mean, you can sit there and make up all your own definitions you want.
Categorically, you can argue that all you want. Yeah, sure. There's different categories. One of subject.
Yeah,
and one
you
of
can make
object.
up definitions
You're
all
claiming
day.
that they're
What
independent of
definitions
each
do you want to
other
make
and
up
have no
today?
overlap.
What definition do you want to do? See, you told me what the definition was of objective, which is actually categorically different than subjective. But now you're telling me that they're not categorically independent. So what new definition do you want to make up at this minute of the conversation?
Like I said, I didn't make those up. And once again, why do you suggest that they don't have any overlap? Like just because they're independent of each other.
You literally defined them
Because
for
our
me.
Definitions are categorical. Doesn't necessarily mean there's no overlap or duality principles to them. So there's two of them.
Okay, here.
Like saying that because there's like it's like electromagnetism. There's some overlap between the two. It's like there's positive and then there's negative, and then they get closer to a neutral and the zero in the middle.
I'm just going to let you talk for a few minutes, and if you can say something that it's actually worth intellectually engaging with without contradicting yourself, we'll continue.
So you just don't like contradictions.
Is that all you want to say?
Did you not like contradictions?
I'm waiting. You give me whatever you got.
I just asked you, do you not like contradictions?
I'm giving you the floor.
Yes, and I just responded. And you're not
You gave me a
replying.
question, so I'm
point of the
giving you
floor, there's
I'm
no
giving you a
conversation.
chance to make a case for anything that you want to discuss that actually has
So you're done
any logical
talking.
consistency.
You don't want to talk anymore.
I'm waiting. I'm giving because every time I try to talk, you just actually won't even admit that anything exists. You keep contradicting yourself. You keep changing definitions on the fly. So I'm saying if you want to continue a conversation, give me something consistent that we can talk about. Because anytime I actually give you a consistent logical basis, you just keep twisting it.
All right, so where do you want to reset?
I'm giving you the floor. Where would you like to take it?
How about the axiom of the laws of logic?
Okay, what about the laws of logic? What would you like to say about them?
What are the axioms?
There's the law of identity,
logic,
the
right?
law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
Okay, so what proves these laws?
They're axioms,
So meaning,
meaning that they are things that you take.
what do you mean? So you don't have to prove them?
If you see this is just going to slide into hard solipsism, because if you actually start at the laws of logic and then say, how do we prove these? There is no way to prove them other than observational data. If you want to keep going down that path, that's why I say you're going to totally slide into hard solipsism, which quite frankly is boring as hell, because it's been tried in every first semester philosophy class since the dawn of time. And all it is just a way for someone to avoid having to ever admit that anything is true and ever having a meaningful conversation, and just constantly going Philbro and just challenging you on is water wet, is 1 + 1 = 2. And it gets very, very boring, very, very, very fast.
I don't think that's necessarily true, but that's certainly one way to look at it. I mean, I think you can both agree that both of them are valuable. Like, why can't you value solipsism in the way that solipsism exists, and why can't you value logic for the way that logic exists? Why would they be mutually exclusive?
Because on this channel, we talk about logic
Why? Just
because it's my channel.
But can't you extend your thinking beyond logic?
Okay. Can't you extend your thinking beyond logic? That was as much of that as I could take. I'll tell you, that was a moment. So just a second.
My God, are you still talking?
That's really all that comes down to. So now he's going to call back in. Really? Okay. Hello.
That was a little rude. Was there a conversation
Yeah,
that bad?
because
You guys hang up on
because here's the deal. We're going to talk on a logical basis, or we are not going to talk. Is that acceptable to you or not?
Why do you make that a necessary? Like, why do you make that necessary for the
See,
conversation?
you can't even answer the question.
Why is
so
that so important?
yeah, it's
You know, why is that so important, though?
no. We're,
Curious. Why do you make that a necessity for people to call in?
yeah. Okay. I gave him one more chance. I really did. And if I have to explain to you why we are going to talk logically, then there is no point in even having a conversation. Because if you want to get on here and argue about why we even have to use logic, then
Are an idiot.
yes, exactly.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Jesus. My God, man.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So there you go. Yeah, curious. I mean, I see your comment there. You know, every time he is asked something and he asks a question, he's doing it to control the call. And yeah, I mean, there's always a inflection point there where someone will not answer questions, you know, where they constantly just divert to another question with, you know, they won't even agree to even the most basic conversational points, that you have to wonder, okay, how long do we continue to do this? I mean, I just started doing this a few months ago. I don't think that there is a perfect answer to it, because I know I've said this before on my live stream. Like, sometimes I watched Justin, you know, with Deconstruction Zone, and there's times when he has Phil Bros on there who just, to me, become insufferable. There's times when I wish he would hang up on them, and there's times when I stop watching because I can't stand listening to it any longer. My point in all that is to say that if Justin sometimes lets people go on too long, I guess I'm in decent company if sometimes I do the same. But ultimately, you just have to decide for yourself. When he first started talking, clearly we weren't at a point of agreement, but he had a very specific question. He was challenging my contention that DNA is not computer code. I understand people challenging that contention. There are atheists out there who have taken to comparing very closely DNA to computer code, which is part of the reason I wanted to do that video that's coming out on Friday, because it frustrates me, especially when I hear non-believers, you know, say that DNA is computer code. No, it is not. There is nothing about DNA that logically fits with computer code whatsoever. And I know it's a little hard to kind of talk about before the video comes out, because, you know, part of me is just saying, oh, when you watch the video on Friday, you'll see my full explanation of this. It's like a 30 or 40 minute video. I go through it in detail. And it can be a little boring to say, well, all of my points will be made on Friday, right? Like, that doesn't make for a good show. So I tried in good faith to engage with him. And at least initially, it felt like we were having, even if we didn't have points of agreement, it felt like we had a semi-logical discussion. But when you just get to this point where We got to do, like, why do we have to be logical? What are these laws of logic you're talking about? Like, that is so Philbro, man. It's so Philbro, and it's so boring that it just becomes pointless. What? I mean, you don't have to. This is why I said at the end of it, he's just diving into hard solipsism. And quite frankly, anytime on these call-in shows you start seeing a caller go down the solipsism route, they are absolutely trolling. It's a total troll tactic. It's philosophy 101. It's like, well, you can't know anything, which, with reasonable people, you can have a decent conversation about those things. Sometimes it can be fascinating to talk about those types of things. But if the entire conversation is just, you can't even acknowledge that logic exists, and we can't acknowledge that up is up and down is down, and that the sun rises in the east, then at that point, there is nothing more to talk about, because at that point, all you were doing is just denying any common, obvious fact that anyone can bring to the conversation. At that point, there is no point in even trying to discuss something with you logically. But at the very end of the call, that was hilarious, because he's like, why do we have to be logical? Because it's my fucking show. Like, you could make your own show where you say, okay, the talking point will be that we're going to sit here all night long and take callers, and we're going to talk about nothing logical. And we're not going to have a single coherent thought communicated in the entire show. And every time we have a caller, we're going to just answer every question with questions. And we are going to challenge even the most basic of assertions. And we are going to grant nothing as being truth. Okay, that's fine. You can have that show. You and the 2.5 people who actually want to watch it will have a really good time, I'm sure. But for anyone else, and I know I don't have a bunch of viewers myself, but for anyone else who actually wants to have an intelligent conversation, and you don't have to agree with me on this contention about DNA not being code, that's fine. Okay, we have a new caller here, actually someone who has talked to us before, so let's hear from Otangelo. Can you hear me? You there, buddy? Otangelo? I see you on screen, and I know my audio's set it right, because Kai sounded great, I think. Otangelo, can you hear me? I think Otangelo can't hear me. I have him unmuted. So I will keep talking. We have Otangelo there, but I don't think he can hear me, because he doesn't seem to be reacting in any way. And like I said, since we've already had one successful call, and by successful call, I mean the audio worked. That's how I'm defining this successful call. Okay. I'm not defining it as successful in any other way. So Otangelo, I'm sure if you're listening, I mean, I'm happy to talk with you again, but you didn't seem to be getting my audio. And I don't think there was anything wrong on my end, because like I said, I just had those 2 calls, I guess, if you want to call them, with Kai, and he seemed to be fine. At least the audio was fine. So, No, I guess he's in the chat now. That's great. Oh. All right, so moving on, we'll see if Otangelo comes back in. I see Jesse says, Skepticus was not rude, but he did seem to be a bit annoyed by your obtuseness. I mean, I know I was laughing a lot of times too. But I mean, yeah, at a certain point, is it annoying? I guess when you can't even have a logical conversation with someone, then it gets pointless, I mean, at a certain point when you can't even... Here's the deal with anyone who's... We'll see if Otangelo calls back in. If he doesn't, we'll move on to more comments. But okay, Otangelo, I'll get to you in just a second. Let me just say this really quick. When you think about the conversation that Kai, or the points that what Kai was saying to me, especially at the latter half of that call. Imagine going in to someone in real life, like sitting with someone at a bar or a restaurant, especially someone that you haven't met, and trying to speak in those exact same ways. I mean, they would just walk away from you. They might call security, because it's not, I don't mean like you're bothering them, but I mean, even if they initially wanted to talk to you, at a certain point, you sound like you're insane. You sound like you can't even have a logical conversation. But somehow when we talk to people online, we feel like some people feel like, well, I don't need to actually make a coherent sentence. I don't need to be able to talk. I don't need to be able to talk logically. I can just babble and evade questions and answer questions with questions. And then you think that that's somehow acceptable for a call-in show, but I guess whatever. Tangela, you with us? Let me look at your audio, because it doesn't sound like you're hearing me. But like I said, Kai was hearing me fine. Let me see if there's any. Let's see, audio settings. Hey, buddy, Tangela, you there? I'm not sure what's going on with. It says that you're. It says you got a microphone hooked up. And I think you're listening through your TV. So, but you don't seem to be replying to me or knowing that I have you unmuted. So, Tangela, I'm going to leave you on the screen, but I'm pretty sure that there's something on your end that's keeping you from hearing me or being able to react. Because, like I said, we had the conversation there with Kai, and the audio was good on my end, and I think it was good on your end, being the viewers. So I think something's going on there where you're not hearing my voice. Okay, so I'm looking at my audio source, so I know that my audio is coming through there. So we'll see if Tangela gets it figured out. Tangela has called a couple times, and I'm sure he probably has. I'm assuming Otangelo wants to call, because I think that Otangelo probably has very pointed opinions on whether or not DNA is code or computer code or analogous to computer code, because I know that, at least I know a little bit about Otangelo's worldview, and I'm pretty sure I can predict at least what some of his thoughts are in that regard. And they, of course, would not be in line with my thoughts, but that's okay. We might be able to have a good conversation about that. And I don't think... Otangelo and I are not on the same theological, wavelength, which is fine. That's what this show is for. But I don't think that he's going to do this verbal dance around whether logic even exists and why we have to use logic, and challenge why I want to have logical conversations. So, okay. So I'm going to move into more comments here. Otangelo, if you can get that figured out, I'd love to talk with you. We had decent conversation before, so we'll see if we get back to that. So let's get back to our comments. So that all started because, we were talking about Doc and Box, who was talking about my DNA Snike code video. So I don't know if Doc and Box ever watches the live streams or the replays, but in fact, I'm going to put a comment on here live while we're here, because I'm going to say he's a member. Even in to be fair, he's very cool with his comments, and I have no problem with him not, maybe not agreeing with me. That's cool, but just. So we'll see if he gets back to us. I mean, I don't think he's going to call in, but he's probably not watching the live stream. But we'll see if he has any other comments here. Is this Kai? He's coming in. It says logical solipsism. Okay, let's. Dean says Otangelo was raptured. That's Dane, I love you, man. That's great. Logical solipsism. How are you doing this evening?
I'm great.
So, good to know that we've never talked before. Are you 18?
I don't think we talked before. We had like a 2-hour long conversation that you seemed to enjoy before, but not so much anymore.
Okay. And you're a believer?
Yep.
What would you like to talk about today? Logical solipsism.
How about logical solipsism?
You want to talk about logical solipsism?
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to? What about logical solipsism would you like to talk about?
I just want to know what you think about it.
Well, I don't know what distinguishes logical solipsism versus hard solipsism. I mean, hard solipsism is obviously like the extreme end of the spectrum, but solipsism in general, while it can be interesting to go down the thought experiments of the Matrix, it does not normally tend to lead to productive conversations, because even if we assume that all of our knowledge is solipsistic, that meaning that we can't, in terms of our ability to actually know something, I mean, at the end of the day, we can't actually know anything. And that can be, again, interesting to go down that rabbit hole in terms of crazy acid trippy kind of philosophical kind of discussions. In terms of actually being able to discuss real world issues, by real world, I don't mean secular. I mean, even trying to discuss issues of faith or religion or cosmic understanding, it can be solipsism in general is, in my humble experience, often a roadblock to having meaningful conversations, because if you can't even agree on basic ideas or basic terms, that's fine. But then why are we having a conversation?
Exactly. So you're saying like solipsism can get in the way of people learning new things?
I mean, solipsism gets in the way, when taken to its worst extreme, solipsism in general gets in the way of people just not just learning new things, but even being able to process the basic truth of their environment.
Okay. Like, what do you think causes somebody to be solipsistic?
Well, I wouldn't speak to anyone's motivations. I don't know.
So
Do you?
Like, what do you mean? You don't.
I can't speak to anyone's. I mean, I'm not solipsistic, so I'm not solipsistic, so I don't know what causes someone to be solipsistic. You tell me.
Oh, well, I mean, it might be familiar comforts. Like, you know how some people get really skilled at certain things and they rely heavily on it to like explain like everything. So like they might have a really, really well-learned skill set, and then they'll try to use that skill set to like every domain that they ever experience.
Well, solipsism tends to run opposite to being able to explain anything.
Well, no, it's just like a mode of thinking, right? Solipsism, this idea that you're interpreting everything through a very specific lens, like
Well,
worldview.
to be fair, I mean, I'm not some person who's studied solipsism in detail. And that's why I usually say hard solipsism, because when you're talking about hard solipsism, it essentially means the
rigid.
Well, yes. I mean, that's an analog for hard, but usually by hard, what they mean is that it's taken to the nth, to the ultimate degree, being that someone who espouses hard solipsism, or someone who just wants to play that game for the purposes of debate, is essentially denying that you could ever know anything at any time, which on this highly esoteric theological or philosophical level, you can say, okay, maybe that's true. But if that's true, then why are we even having a conversation? If we're just going to assume that maybe everything that I've ever observed doesn't actually exist, and every piece of knowledge that I think I have is completely wrong and unknowable, then at that point you might as well just sit in the corner in a dark room and wait for the end.
Wouldn't you extend solipsism as more of a generic kind of philosophy rather than a logic, like an argumentative tool? Like it's a way of looking at something through the lens of the individual, like subjectivity?
No. Solipsism is not the same in any regard, or even really well analogous to subjectivity. subjectivity is not, so there's nothing about subjectivity that implies in any way, shape, or form that there is not real knowledge, but subjectivity actually acknowledges the fact that our understanding of that knowledge is mind dependent. But you can, just because something is mind dependent doesn't mean that it can't still be true. And it doesn't mean that we can't make very strong, reasonable inferences about what is true by using shared or group subjectivity. So in other words, I can sit here and watch the sun come up every day of my life, rise in the east, and I can say, using solipsistic methodology, I can say, well, I don't actually know if the sun rises in the east, right? Because I don't know if I can trust my eyes. I don't know if I'm in the matrix. I don't know if any of this is actually real, but still staying well within the realm of subjectivity, I can talk to everyone else around me, and I can see all of the other observations that everyone else has made throughout my life. And I can see that as a group, we have absolutely all agreed that the sun rises in the east. Is it possible that we're all wrong? Sure, it is. And that would be in line with solipsism. But what solipsism does not really address in that regard is that if all of us observe and understand the sun to rise in the east every single day, then our reality, regardless of what the universal objective truth outside the matrix is, our reality is that the sun rises in the east. And once we have that subjective agreement, it's reasonable, it's beyond reasonable to move forward with the assumption that, hey, we've measured it, we've all seen it, we don't have any other reason whatsoever within our reality to doubt this, and therefore we can absolutely move forward with the strong belief and assumption that in our reality the sun rises in the east.
Yeah, it's extending the subject to the object rather than relying on it specifically for that subjectivity of solipsism relies on. Extend the subject externally to the object.
Yes.
That's a scientific method. And it
Yes.
extends their perspectives.
Absolutely.
Yep. Exactly. So that's why solipsism by itself impairs perception.
Solipsism does nothing to enhance or impair perception. A solipsism just is a lens by which we understand the perceptions that we have. Those aren't the same things.
What's the difference?
One thing is external, the other is internal. So something that impairs your perception would be external. I mean, even if the thing that impairs it is another problem in your brain, that's still external to the point at which you process it. So that's that which impairs is external, and solipsism would be
your total perception, maybe your total diversity of perception, not necessarily all your perception. It's like solipsism is a telescope.
I don't understand that
Like
statement, but
a
go
very
ahead.
close way of looking at something through the telescope. It doesn't impair your perception, as in it allows you to see something very specifically, but it impairs your ability to see things.
It sounds to me, and this is, I'm sure this is I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't sound demeaning because I don't mean it that way. It sounds to me like you are conflating solipsism with intellectual integrity. Like, and this is something that people do a lot of times when they go down this rabbit hole, is they're like, well, because I can't know anything, therefore, if I ever claim to know anything, I'm really not being intellectually honest. And therefore, if I'm solipsistic, it allows me to be more intellectually honest. But you don't have to be solipsistic in order to be, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, I don't mean to, so correct me if you want. But I mean, the solipsism isn't really like, I don't think it's accurate to say that solipsism is some kind of tool that's going to bring you, to help you in that regard.
Why do you think the average person is solipsistic?
No, very few people are. Solipsism goes against
Where do you think it comes from?
I think it comes from, well, first of all, it comes from people in philosophy classes, but it also just comes from people who have, spent more time trying to honestly understand the way that they perceive the world. I mean, the Plato's cave is not just about solipsism, but amongst the themes that Plato's cave speaks to, solipsism is one of them. And once you start realizing that, the entire world that you perceive is just that, it's perceived, it's through your lens, that can be helpful to you as a tool.
Wouldn't that make everybody solipsistic if it's the lens in which we see the world?
No, if you don't actually know the lens is there, you're not solipsistic. In order to be solipsistic, you would have to actually acknowledge that the lens is there.
Isn't that kind of like saying that the telescope doesn't exist if you don't know you're looking through it?
No, because solipsism is not like some tool that has to exist in order for you to perceive something. I cannot see the outer planets with my naked eye. I have to use some kind of telescope. Solipsism is not that. You can completely comprehend things without solipsism, but solipsism is one means by which you can, one tool that you can use to try to interpret the information that you have already taken in.
Okay. Well, it seems like you have a very specific definition for it.
I mean,
There's like a general solipsism, and then there's like a utilitarian solipsism that you're referring to if it gets too entrenched and rigid, like as a debate tactic, like you're saying.
I'm not.
The average person is solipsistic.
How would the average person be solipsistic? I mean, first of all, it's a philosophical idea. So if you don't know that the philosophical idea exists,
processing.
So if this is like saying that, I guess you can, if someone just naturally believes that their own mind is the only thing that's guaranteed to exist. If they believe that without having, so then yes, you could say that they're naturally solipsistic. But if you don't already have that belief, how can you call yourself solipsistic?
I don't think that's the only definition. I think that's the rigid definition that you're referring to. Like the general version of solipsism doesn't necessarily specifically refer to that as the only way of looking at it.
That is the general version. The epistemological version says that it acknowledges an external world could exist, but argues that it is impossible to conclusively prove it or verify the consciousness of others. Metaphysical solipsism.
Rather than philosophically.
What?
Yeah, epistemologically, not philosophically. There's the difference.
So you think that just Joe Farmer, who's just lived on his farm his entire life, doesn't know anything about philosophy, doesn't care about philosophy. He has a good little life with his family on his farm. You think that he's solipsistic?
As the default worldview, yes. I would say that he sees the world through his specific experiences of the world through his subjectivity. Unless he specifically generated.
Solipsism is not subjectivity. You keep conflating subjectivity and solipsism, and they're not the same thing.
How can you have solipsism without subjectivity?
I didn't say you can, but I'm saying that doesn't mean that they're the same thing. There's this thing called a Venn diagram. So if you want to tell me that all subjectivity, that all solipsism resides in the Venn diagram of subjectivity, then okay, fine.
I'm saying the
but you can be subjective. You can have subjective viewpoints without even
section of the Venn diagram.
What?
I'm saying the subjectivity is the axiom of the Venn diagram, where the two circles intersect.
Right, but they're not one and the same, is my point. The Venn diagram is not a single circle.
You're right.
So there are people that are solipsistic that are not thinking purely. Actually, I would say it differently. I don't think that there's an intersection. I think that solipsism lives inside a broader Venn diagram of subjectivity. But you can be thinking subjective thoughts all day long, and you can understand subjectivity without ever being solipsistic.
Yeah, I think because you're using the word solipsistic in this rigid epistemological form, rather than.
How do you want to use solipsistic?
We explained it already. Like there's rigid solipsism, which is the one that you're using, and then there's general philosophical solipsism. Did you want to look up the general word solipsism?
I mean, yeah, I have it in front of me. It doesn't. I mean,
in
just
psychology,
because
there's something called solipsistic introjection, which is this process of interpreting someone else's words through your own internal solipsism. That's why people get offended by things for no reason, even if you didn't intend for them to be offended.
Okay, so your position is that everyone is solipsistic, and everyone, through some different definition of solipsism, views the world solipsistically.
Not everybody, but I'd say that solipsism itself is one of the stepping stones of higher philosophical views.
Okay,
Like,
I mean, I don't agree with you, but fine. I mean, I don't feel like sparring over that. It doesn't. Yeah, curious. I know it's catch, but I don't feel like that doesn't. What are we gaining for this? Like, is there a deeper point you're trying to get to?
No, I just want to discuss solipsism and how it impairs people's perceptions.
Okay, but we started off talking about DNA as code. How is it now you want to talk about philosophical aspects, which, I mean, yes, I talk about philosophical aspects sometimes on my channel, but this is not a philosophy channel per se. It's not that I'm afraid of talking about philosophy, but it's like, what is the point of us doing a deep dive on what solipsism means, or whether or not the whole world is on some level solipsistic?
Well, at the beginning, we were agreeing how solipsism can impair somebody's understanding of the broader world.
No, we weren't. We actually did not agree on that at all. But go ahead.
Oh, I thought you had a fairly negative view of solipsism as this like debate tactic that you said got really, really boring and stale and truncated, right?
What I said is that when you have these types of broader discussions and you have someone who calls in and they want to go down this route of hard solipsism, it's a Phil Bro tactic where someone doesn't actually want to discuss.
It, like, limits the conversation.
Yes.
Yeah,
because then you can't actually talk about anything meaningful, because like now every question is met with a question, and we can't even agree that logic exists, and we can't even agree that words have definitions, and we can't even agree on anything else at all. So if you can't even have a single point of even adversaries can have a decent and intellectual and engaging conversation if they can at least say, look, this is what we're fighting about. This is what we're arguing about. Like, this is what we want to discuss or crack open.
Yeah, you can disagree and it can still be a flow of the conversation, but solipsism kind of makes that more difficult.
Well, because solipsism just becomes, it devolves into pedantry. That's why.
Exactly. I agree.
Oh, okay.
It's like it impairs the flow of the conversation and allows like the two individuals to actually keep talking about something. It's like there's a constant fighting over pedantic words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like you need to have some kind of a flow of a conversation where you're not just constantly arguing over, definitions or wording. You have to come to some kind of understanding, like where the person's coming from. And
right. The whole thing becomes a Jordan Peterson jerk-off session.
Hmm?
The whole thing becomes a Jordan Peterson jerk-off session.
What do you mean?
Meaning that if you've ever watched Jordan Peterson, I don't know what's going on with him now. He seems to have disappeared. There's discussions about maybe he's in very bad health or whatever, which is not funny. But his entire thing is, just constantly quibbling over the definition of every word. It depends on what you mean by is. It depends on what you mean by me. It depends on what you mean by religion. It depends on what you mean by God, and blah, 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 blah. And it gets to the point where it's like, oh my God, make a fucking point and keep, move the conversation forward. It becomes a mental slog to even listen to him after a while. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's always been a complete asshole or anything. Sometimes he makes some decent points, and for a while he was a big.
Though.
What's that?
How can you have a conversation with an ontological agreement on what you're talking about?
Right. Exactly. So.
Yeah.
I think obviously ontology and solipsism are not the same thing, but I think that there's unfortunately a lot of overlap there, because the people that devolve into, I won't even say hard solipsism.
The people who confuse it.
Well, the people who won't even, people that won't even concede that any word means a thing,
Do you think solipsism starts getting confused for ontology, where somebody thinks that because it comes from their solipsistic view that it must be foundationally correct for everybody?
Honestly, dude, I know this is going to sound rude, but I don't really care. I feel like you know, I apparently you really want to talk about this, and we don't always have to talk about the exact things that are covered on my channel, but I will say that at a certain point, like, this feels like we are plowing some very banal depths right here. Is there a broader point that you're trying to get to?
No, I just like that we both agree that solipsism gets in the way of conversations.
Oh, absolutely. Which is why I said it the first time you called that, you know, like, when people start going down that path is usually like an alarm bell that goes off in my head. Like, okay, do we want to continue this conversation or not? Because immediately, if we're going to slide into that pit, it becomes very hard to climb out of it and have a meaningful conversation again.
Yeah. Do you think somebody could be logically solipsistic?
Yes.
So, like,
there's nothing illogical about
realize you have to
solipsism.
want it?
What was the last thing you said?
What?
I
I was just going to say, like, someone relies so heavily on, like, logic, reason, rationality, that they become solipsistic, or they can become so solipsistic that it becomes just as rigid.
No, I mean, I guess theoretically maybe that's possible. I've never seen that in practice. The most logical people I know, the most logical people I know rarely even play with solipsism, because again, it's not that solipsism is illogical. It's just that usually sliding down the path of solipsism undercuts your ability to have a meaningful logical conversation. So instead of going down that path, the logical people that I know, if they have any doubt about what they're actually discussing with their interlocutor, they will actually clarify those terms and then either dive into the conversation or cut it off.
Exactly. I'm glad we came to that understanding, man. I don't want to keep up hold up more of your time. If you got more callers and you want to get to something more, I'm glad we came to that,
Okay.
understanding. We both agree on that.
All right.
Good place to end it.
Thank you for calling.
Chatting with you. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay. Well, I don't know if Otangelo is still out there, but clearly we can see that Kaj or Kai, I'm not sure, but we can see that he knows how to get in or how to get the audio working. So I'm not sure how to get Otangelo's working. Maybe we should have them call each other or something. I'm not sure. But at least I know that the audio is working. And I still have a little bit of what is the word I'm looking for? Sometimes I still have a little bit of a kind of panic around those kinds of things, because for the first 4 or 5 times I live streamed, it never seemed like I never knew if my audio was working. I never knew if my settings were right. And I'm not saying that they're always perfect now, but I feel pretty good now that, all right, I got the settings working right, assuming that the microphone on your end works or the speaker on your end. I think with Otangelo, it seemed like he wasn't hearing me because I was trying to talk to him and he didn't seem to be reacting. So I think something was going on with his speakers, or maybe his whole audio system. But it seemed like when I was trying to connect with him, he didn't have it didn't seem like he was talking at all. So I couldn't tell whether his microphone worked, but he didn't seem to have the ability to hear me or know that I was trying to get him into the call. So, all right. Well, we've had quite the conversations with Kaj about solipsism. So we'll put that one to bed for a moment, shall we? I probably should leave it lie, but I will say this. Trying to be as accommodating and as fair as possible. I think that maybe the distinction between my viewpoint on these and others, I don't want to speak for Kaj. I think maybe the distinction there is I find questions of epistemology, and quite frankly, even though they're very closely related, I find epistemology to be far more meaningful than solipsism. But I know there's a lot of overlap there. Epistemology, ontology, and solipsism all kind of live somewhere around the same Venn diagram, right? I can find those questions to be fascinating if we are having that conversation in a more targeted scope. Meaning, if you want to talk to me about, and I don't want to make it religious, okay? I'm not trying to pick on religion. Let's just say I went to an atheist conference last week and I told you, oh wow, I had these great conversations and great ideas. And if you wanted to talk to me about, not about the ideas themselves, but whether or not I was properly open to opposing ideas. And if you want to talk about whether I was properly taking in the information at the conference, or if I went to a believers conference, right? Let's say I go to a Christian conference and I say, wow, there was a bunch of stupid people talking. I wouldn't say that, but then I think some of these conversations about epistemology, ontology, solipsism, etc., can be very interesting, because then they can serve as a tool for self-reflection and say, because ultimately you want to know if I'm the problem. Am I the filter? I mean, on some level, we are all the filter, right? We can't escape that. But you want to know if I'm being more of the filter than I should be. Am I impeding my own understanding, impeding my own knowledge by cranking up my own filter? And in that respect, that can be very fascinating. And that can be about religion, that can be about cultures, that can be about politics, almost any area of life. I think that can be very useful and very fascinating at times to honestly self-interrogate and try to figure out the best you can, what filters am I applying to the world around me? So to some extent, that's related to solipsism. It's not solipsism, but it's related. To some extent, it's related to ontology. To some extent, it's related to epistemology. And those, I think, can be very meaningful conversations. And I didn't mean to do this, but I'm going to use that just like as a little segue, just to kind of pimp this other video. I brought it up earlier, but I want to show you guys, because not the video coming out Friday, but the video coming out in a few weeks, I did this video about phenorids. And I know that most people watching won't know what a fucking phenord is. You've never heard of such a thing. But if you watch the video in a few weeks when that comes out, or if you're a member, you can watch it now, you'll see that is kind of, well, it's very directly looking at the filters that we have. In this case, a phenord would be a filter that's been imposed upon us. It's been trained into you or brainwashed into you. But whether it's been brainwashed into you or whether it's a filter that you willingly brought to the table, it can be very useful and very intellectually and emotionally honest if you keep interrogating yourself and you keep trying to. It still doesn't mean you're going to find all of these filters, because sometimes the filters are so deeply embedded in us subconsciously that we just can't identify them without someone else's help. Or maybe in the worst case, we can't identify them without, even with someone else's help. But if you wonder what the hell a phenord is, I'm not going to give you the full definition here, because, watch the video in a few weeks. But the idea here is these things that, that have been trained into us precognition style. Curious says your chat has been taken over by religious idiots. I will say this. Of course, I don't know do I even have any mods in here right now? I guess I do. I have Jesse. I have William in there too, I think, if they're still around. I don't know if they still are. I will say I have anointed a number of people through the last several weeks as mods. If anyone else wants to be a mod, you can be a mod within reason. But I'd like to have a soft hand on moderation. I mean, I hope that doesn't chase anyone away. But of course, if someone is spreading hate speech, they can go right away. If someone is just preaching, they don't have to be immediately booted. But I don't have much patience for that, because if you're preaching without any context to what we're talking about, if you're just proselytizing, at the worst, it's boring. At the best, it's boring. At the worst, it can be downright abusive. But if you're saying stupid shit in the chat for lack of a better term. And no, I'm not sitting here watching all the chat because occasionally I see things go by, but I can't watch all of the messages. But if you're just saying stupid shit, I mean, well, to a certain extent, that's what chat is for. And, you know, I know some people would have much more aggressive mods. Some people would tell the mods, like, kick everyone out. I like to take a softer approach to that because I don't want to be the person who bans you just because I think that your points are not very valid, right? You know, I mean, I spend enough time on my channel talking to myself to a camera when I'm pre-recording videos. So there's no perfect answer to that. I know some people would prefer it if there's just no idiots in the chat that they don't agree with. But then again, sometimes to get no idiots in the chat that you don't agree with, you just have to have no one else in the chat, right? So for some people, the only way you're going to have no idiots that you disagree with is if the chat's empty. So all that to say, I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how to handle that right now. Hey, Lickit 826. So nice to see you. Okay, so moving on. We'll move on to other subjects. We were going through comments. I'm going to do some more comments, but you know what? I have a whole bunch of comments to go through, but I actually, you guys let me know in the chat what you think, because I thought it'd be kind of fun also to go through the Christian quiz. I'd love to do it with someone live too, like a believer especially would be great. But even if there's no one on the phone, I'd love to go through, like, spend some time just kind of doing. I know some of you guys have already gone through the Christian quiz, right? So if you guys have already done it or it's boring to you, let me know that in the chat, and I will try to kind of watch what people are saying in the chat. Or if you think it'd be cool or fun or whatever, put that up there too. So I'd like to know, because I thought that would be a cool thing to do during some portion of tonight's live stream. But I'd love to get your input on it too. Yeah, Jesse says, I'm here, but I like a healthy discourse in the chat as long as people don't become abusive. I agree totally. You know, as soon as you start slinging slurs, whether it's toward other members in the chat or just toward, you know, people in general, you start calling people gay slurs or racist slurs or whatever, then dude, you can be gone immediately, because I have no patience for that. It's just, there's not enough. Life is too damn short. But assuming that it's not an abusive, insulting kind of environment, then I would prefer, whenever possible, to have a light hand on such things. Okay. But part of the, you know, the Christian quiz I'm talking about too is, you know, to me is like, you think you're Christian? Okay, let's talk about what's here. We'll see how Christian people are, but I'll go through some other comments here, and then we'll try some other things. But I am curious as to whether Doc and Bucks, what they feel like after they have watched that full video, if they haven't already. Okay, going to comments, and this one is from the Kirk Cameron video, which was hilarious to me. Let's see. Let's do this. So Darby Morey says, did Kirk do method acting for his role in Left Behind, but forgot to stop when the camera stopped? Also, isn't Kirk a big fan of Trump, the guy who posted multiple AI pictures of himself as the Pope, Jesus, and God, the guy who is a convicted felon and acknowledged SA'er, the guy who is on thousands of pages of the Epstein files? Has Kirk not connected Trump to the adage of complete power corrupts completely? Yes. Thank you, Darby. And you'll see there were multiple comments I got like this, which are pretty funny. But, you know, I like this. Is he doing method acting for his role in Left Behind? Of course, I think most of you guys know that Kirk Cameron was, you know, his most famous thing was as a kid, he was in Growing Pains. And then his acting career after that became doing a lot of Christian content in like roles like Left Behind. So the fact that people would call him out as like still method acting for Left Behind, I thought was I thought it was kind of hilarious, you know. And then, of course, the rest of this comment is pointing out how the complete, you know, as I put in the thumbnail there, the word that keeps always coming back to my mind every time I think about this video from Kirk Cameron is self-awareness and the complete lack thereof. He got on that video and he just continued to go off about these problems in the world and how, you know, there's problems with corruption and power and how the human heart can't be trusted and all of the same Christian talking points. And yet there just seemed to be no awareness on his part about how these things apply to him and his religion and his chosen political leadership and all of that. And it was stunning to me at times as I was making the video. I mean, of course, I put a lot of commentary in there, but even with all of the commentary that I put in there, at times I was like, does he not even listen to the words that he's saying? Like, did he even go back and watch this during editing? Granted, I think his son does all of his editing, so maybe he never even watched it twice, but I'm sure he was talking off a script because he seemed to be fairly smooth in his delivery. So at a minimum, he had to think about these things deeper as he was writing his script. Although he probably doesn't write his scripts either. You know, he probably has his son put a few points into ChatGPT and he cranks out a script and then he sits down in front of the camera and he, you know, starts talking away. I mean, I know that's unfair because I don't know Kirk Cameron personally, of course. I don't know what his process is for his channel. Maybe he personally does everything himself. Maybe he puts a ton of thought into it. I don't know, but also, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he just feeds stuff into AI and then sits down, you know, once a day or whatever and records whatever AI told him to say, because AI will already be trained to his beliefs, right? This is the way AI works. And then he sits down, he cranks out a video or two, and then he has his son or someone else edit it, and he's done for the day. Maybe that's unfair, but I don't know. Next comment. So this person, same video, says, this is Lateral US, says, or Lateral Us, something like that. It should not only remind you of religion and religious leaders, but it should also remind you of the megalomaniacal God of the Bible and the totalitarian universe he set up entirely for himself and his monstrous ego. And so I like this comment because I think it kind of points out, as much as I gave Kirk Cameron crap in this video, and I think it was well deserved, this points out that I probably did a lot of time talking about how Kirk Cameron's words could easily be applied to any of the religious leaders. I don't know if I spent enough time also saying that the things that Kirk Cameron was implying were all wrong about the boys and about Homelander absolutely could be applied directly to his God, specifically Yahweh, but I could even argue Jesus to some extent. But yeah, Yahweh, and you'll see there's other comments here, like Yahweh, Homelander, like, ooh, there are some similarities there. So moving on. This person obviously did not like my content. So let's look at this. Let's see here. So this was on a very old video. It's, for what it's worth, I don't know if you guys ever look at all the views on my channel or whatever. This was by far the biggest video I ever did. It has like something less than 200,000 views. And not that it's not because I did some great job on it. It just hit the zeitgeist of the time. It came out shortly after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So it doesn't get a lot of hits or a lot of comments anymore. But I love how this person, you know, way after the fact says so many words while saying absolutely nothing. So, like, okay, I guess he did not appreciate that content. You know, sorry, dude, I guess. Like, I don't know what to say, man. You know, I guess he did not like my commentary very much. But all those words I put up, and I guess I said absolutely nothing. So, hey, I tried. But I did not make Renzo Alval very happy, I guess, with my words. But there's only so much I can do. Moving on here. This one I thought it was funny, but I also kind of thought it was downright borderline ignorant, and you'll see why. This person here says, so wish I could help more. Said, I want to see Kirk. And I know we've been flipping between Kirks here, so this is clearly not Charlie Kirk, that we're back to Kirk Cameron. I want to see Kirk debate Forrest. I think you guys understand that refers to Forrest Valkai. And while I can understand the spirit of this comment, because Forrest Valkai, if you didn't already know, is a well-known in this sphere, a well-known YouTube content creator. Specifically, he spends much more of his time talking about combating creationism, talking about evolution. He's a science educator. So even though I'm not afraid to touch scientific subjects, I don't have the pedigree of someone like Forrest Valkai or Professor Dave, those kind of people who actually, or Peterson, who's, so the point is there's other people on YouTube that have more scientific knowledge. But I saw this comment and I thought, well, first of all, I don't think that as much as I do not have love for Kirk Cameron, I think he is more intelligent, and don't ask me why. I can't justify that, but I think he's more intelligent than some of these apologists. Not because I think that his ideas are better, but I don't think he's dumb enough to get on a debate with Forrest Valkai. Because he would get destroyed. And to be clear, not because it would be this adversarial thing. Like, Forrest Valkai is pretty congenial. Forrest Valkai is not like Professor Dave. He doesn't insult people. He doesn't try to tear them down. But still, even with Forrest Valkai being a more congenial interlocutor, I think that if anyone around Kirk Cameron loved him even a little bit, they would pull him aside and say, no, don't do this. Don't talk to Forrest Valkai. It's not going to go well. It's not going to look good. Because in all of the years that Kirk Cameron has been this Christian advocate, evangelist guy, and now all of the years that he's been on YouTube, I don't think he has ever done anything more than just toe the company line with regard to creationist bullshit. He's a hardcore creationist. He's a young earth creationist. I guess that's the better way to put it. I don't think that he can logically defend any of it. I mean, no creationist can, but there are some creationists who dive deep into trying to hone their arguments to understand why they tell the lies that they tell. But I don't think Kirk Cameron is that kind of guy. And I think he knows he's not that kind of guy. I don't think there will be a time in the future when we'll see Kirk Cameron debating Forrest Valkai or Professor Dave or any other science educator who actually can speak on an intelligent level, besides like, this is what the Bible says. So the Bible says this. So yeah, we'll see. All right. So this one was funny. This one, I think, just came in today. We'll see. Today or yesterday, something like that. Maybe it was yesterday. 22 hours ago. So, visually defective. They're commenting on the Kirk Cameron video, but clearly they're not commenting about the content in the Kirk Cameron video. And they say, visually defective says, thanks for the forced TikTok closed captioning, which causes me to run away from videos. You saved me 1 hour and 16 minutes of my life. If I wanted closed captions on the screen, I would turn it on. Hard pass. And then you see someone jumped in here too. Jeezy G's says, yeah, I won't watch shorts either for this same reason. Annoying as fuck. Treating me like an ADHD adult child. No thanks. And my response, you can't quite see it there on screen, but my response was, first of all, bye-bye. Okay, see you later. But here's the deal on things like this. when I first started the channel, I didn't embed any captions. I started doing that, I don't know, like July of last year. And I have listened to feedback on this. When I started doing the captions on there, embedding them myself, I think that they were too big and they were probably kind of annoying and they were in your face for people. And I listened to feedback and I said, okay, I'm going to shrink these down now a lot. And you'll see here, I'm sure that you guys have seen videos on my channel recently, but I'll just pull this up really quickly to give you an example. You'll see, let me find a spot here that has something. Okay. See the closed captions that I embed in the video right there. Like I said, when I first started doing this, they were bigger. And I used to get a complaint from people about it about once a week. And of course I considered, do I turn them off? But I kept them and I made them much smaller. Honestly, at this point, if those being on the screen at that size, at that aspect ratio, if it bothers you so much that you don't want to watch my channel, then fucking leave. Then go. Literally, I don't care. Because first of all, I have a logical reason for embedding them. The logical reason why I embed them is that the closed captionings are created by my software, which is called DaVinci Resolve. And the closed captioning that DaVinci Resolve generates is noticeably and measurably better and more accurate than when you just use Yahoo's default closed captioning. Now, of course, when you embed them like this, I do understand it takes away your ability to turn them off, okay? And I'm sorry, if putting those little words at the bottom of the screen bother you that much, fucking leave. I mean, and I know this sounds really rude because you're like, wow, why is Adam like getting so up in his feels about this? But here's the deal. It's one thing to tell me like, dude, you know, I really don't like those captions, or, you know, are there any other choices? Like, if you just want to have a reasonable conversation with me about it, we can talk about it. But you see, like when they put this comment here, it's like, thanks for the forced TikTok closed captioning, which causes me to run away from videos. You saved me 1 hour and 16 minutes of my life. If I wanted closed captions on the screen, I would turn it on. Hard pass. Here's what this exactly codes as to me. This is like every idiot on Facebook and or Twitter, or X nowadays, whatever, who decides they can't just quit Facebook or Twitter. They have to put up a post explaining to everyone why or when they're quitting Facebook or Twitter, right? And then, of course, they're usually back 3 days later, right? But they have to make an announcement out of it. And every time someone puts something like this up in the comments, you know they feel like they are striking a blow for justice. Like, man, I told that dude, I gave him a piece of my mind. I let him know that those captions are not cool, man. And let's be frank. Yes, I want user feedback. Yes, I want to know if there are features on the videos that annoy you or are not optimal for you. But if you think that you're getting some kind of points by just putting me in my place, fuck you. There are literally millions of other channels out there that are begging for you to view their videos. Go find one of them. You know, just go find one of them. Of course, it's a comment section. You can put whatever you want. If you're going to stop watching my videos, whether you're a first-time viewer or whether you're a long-time viewer, of course, you can always leave a comment. I can't stop you. And of course, for some of my viewers, you know, if Jesse or Michael or someone or William stopped viewing the videos, I would feel a little more feels about it because, oh, these are cool people who are always in my stuff. But if you're just some random dude who I've literally never seen a comment from this person in my life, I'm assuming this is the first video that they've ever pulled up for me in their life, and you think that you're scoring points by putting this self-righteous bullshit there, my answer is very simple. Fuck you, go find another channel. It's that simple. There are so many channels on YouTube. There are so many channels even in this niche on YouTube. I have faith in you. You can go find another video. You can go find another channel, and you can go fuck yourself. That's all I'm going to say on that. I know you guys are like, oh my gosh, Adam's like all worked up. Like, I'm laughing about it, but I just thought I kind of had to go off on that for a minute because I was like, dude, you really think I give a shit about you putting your self-righteous bullshit comment here? Like about how, oh, you saved me 1 hour and 16 minutes of my life. I don't think this person was really ever going to watch the whole video anyway, but maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Okay, moving on. Reminding everyone that you guys can, anyone dropping in can call in at any time. Although I say that, Otangelo tried to call in twice and we couldn't get him on the line. So, but like I said, I think he's got something on his audio going up, especially because I've talked to Otangelo before and it worked before. And of course, I talked to Kaj, I guess technically 3 times tonight, and his audio worked great tonight. So, unfortunately, there's only so much being a single host on the system. It's like there's only so much I can do to try to make sure everything works. But I don't think it's on my end tonight. So, Star Wars and Bacon says this might be the worst take on Homelander I've heard. It was a lack of human connection that started Homelander down the road to evil. Of course, they're replying to Kirk's take on Homelander and whether Homelander was corrupted by power or whether power exposed the problem in Homelander. And I just like this comment because it's like, well, if you've watched The Boys, which, by the way, Kirk Cameron has not. He's not watched The Boys, but he feels perfectly qualified to sit here and give you all of his moral judgment on the show, even though he claims that he's never watched the show and then he will not watch the show. But I liked this comment because he never bothered to mention, and since he hasn't watched the show, he probably doesn't even know to mention that, yes, Homelander is disgusting. Yes, he's corrupted by power. And yes, he was probably already bad before he got power. But yes, it is a very cogent point from the show that you at least are given a lot of insight as to how Homelander presumably became the monster that he was in the story. And it's not just that power corrupts. Power doesn't help, that's for sure. But if you actually watch The Boys, and raising my hand, I was a huge fan of The Boys. I watched the whole series. Like a lot of people, I don't think it ended quite on the note that I wanted it to. It didn't have quite the oomph that I wanted it to. But I didn't hate the last season as much as some people did. But I watched every episode. I've watched most of the episodes. I've watched multiple times now. And yeah, it was very clear that it was made very obvious in the show that he was treated horrifically. He was basically assured of being a monster according to the way that he was portrayed in the show and his childhood was portrayed. All right, moving on. Let's see. Next one here is... So, Tatubin says, totally describes Christianity. Kirk is looking good today. Nice costume. Once an actor, always an actor. So, we'll get a couple comments like this, but I have to pull this up. So, if you guys watch this video, if you watched my reaction, or if, God forbid, you watched the original video, you can see on screen there what Kirk Cameron looks like in the entire video. And I love you guys. I really do. Because when I watched this video myself and decided to do a reaction video to it, of course, I wanted to comment on Kirk's attire. But I did not, because I think that if you do a reaction video to someone and your only comment or one of your main comments is, look at the stupid thing this guy's wearing, it says more about you than it does about the person you're speaking of, right? And technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with wearing a camouflage hat and a set of overalls. I mean, fine. If that's the way that, if you live in Montana and you go out and work on your farm every day and this is how you dress, fine. But come on, dude. It's like, there's another video too that talks about how everything here is set up to portray an image, which is probably largely a manufactured fake image, right? Because we have the overalls, which you could tell have never been outside the house. Like, I don't think those have even been in his garage before. I think he took them out for their first wearing for this show. The overalls, the long sleeve green shirt, even the hat looks like he probably just started wearing it, a month ago or something. You got the guitar back there that's probably never been strummed. It's probably never been taken off the wall. You've got the flag in the background, which of course, if you understand anything about if you're in the U.S., you probably recognize that flag as not just being a flag, but it's a flag box, which is something that you get if you're in the military, either when you retire or when you pass away with honors. So you get a flag box, but it's an overt symbol of, look at me, I'm a patriot. Look at me, I'm a real hunter, outdoorsy kind of guy. I got my overalls and I got my camouflage hat. I got my beard, which is, definitely not trimmed too closely. And every once in a while, when I'm feeling, kind of romantic-ish, I pull down the guitar and I strum a little country. Yeah, and I get my woman, all excited. That's everything in this shot just screams that right here. It screams this really sad level of manicuring in order to appeal to what we know is a very specific demographic. And this is why, I didn't talk about this in the reaction video, because when I say appealing to a specific demographic, I don't want to sound like this liberal, country-hating, conservative-hating person. I mean, there's nothing technically wrong with anything in the frame. You've got a flag in a flag box, from a family member or something who, someone who used to be in the military. Nothing wrong with that. You've got a guitar on the wall that maybe you play sometimes. Okay, that's fine. You like to wear overalls, and camouflage. I mean, it's not my style, but I don't have a problem with that per se. But when you put it all together, it's like, how do we tell everyone that we're alt-right Christian nationalists without actually putting in the title that this is a video for alt-right Christian nationalists? You are obviously curating an image. You are obviously signaling to a certain demographic, to a certain base. Does that mean it's racist? No. Does that mean that it's always got to be Republican? No. There are Democrats who have flag boxes, and there are Democrats who live out in the country and wear overalls. But all of it in aggregate, really, yeah, Emerson says that guitar is for display only. Yeah, exactly. But when you put it all together, it just feels so manufactured, And especially knowing who he is and the base that he's trying to reach, it doesn't seem very genuine. But we'll see. All right, other comments. We'll do this a little bit more, and I'm going to get into Christian quiz. Who else we got here? Oh, I just want to mention this real quick because Michael said this is becoming one of my favorite series. And actually, I thought he was commenting on a different video. But anyway, I'll use this just as a quick explaining point. So, you guys have seen that I've been doing the videos about the bullshit prophecy breakdowns. Honestly, those videos have gotten really poor response. And while I don't want to be that guy who always chases views, I don't know if I'm going to continue that series as a matter of pre-recorded content. But what I am going to do is I'm going to put a section in the site, one of these modules here, where I can put explanations of each of these bullshit prophecies and why they don't work. And then in the future, I think on some of the live streams, I'll sit down and go through these bullshit non-prophecies one by one and show why they're fake and they don't work, and why most of them aren't even prophecies at all. And then I will record it, or I will, not record it, but I mean, it'll be recorded. It'll be a live stream, but I will save the information here in the site so that at least it's a record that I can go back to at any time. And of course, in theory, you guys can too. I don't know how many, I didn't put any metrics on the site, so I don't know how many people pull up the site right now. I'm sure I'm not getting millions of hits a day, right? I probably get a few dozen hits a day. But the idea of the whole site is to be an information companion for this channel, for the live streams, but also for the channel in general. My original motivation for this was Justin's spreadsheet, which is a really cool resource, right? But then I started thinking, like, I didn't just want a spreadsheet. I wanted a place to put bigger documents. I wanted a place to put images. I wanted a place to put, a contradiction. So that's been how I've been growing this now. And, this hopefully is a resource for everyone. So, all right, we have a caller here. Let's see if we can get them. Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It says
Awesome.
you.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
we're about to explain the exact same thing.
Yeah, so like your title here says, chat wants to talk LGBT, I'll be anti. What does that mean?
Yeah. As in, I'll provide the arguments in opposition to it. If
The opposition to LGBT?
Yeah.
All right, I want you to give me a
guess
second because I've been sitting here sipping on my soda. I am going to head to the restroom. It'll take me like 2 minutes or less.
Okay.
I'm going to leave you on the line.
I gotta do the same thing anyway.
Okay, cool. I'm not hanging up on you, but stay on and we'll come back because I definitely want to hear how you can defend anti, but I'll be right back.
Perfect.
All right, I am back. If the caller wants to let me know when they are back. Yep. Okay. So I know in general, poisoning the well is not considered to be a very honest or useful rhetorical tactic, but I don't think any of my viewers or listeners will be surprised to hear me say that if you want to take a position of anti-LGBT, you're definitely not in a friendly space with me. But that being said, I just wanted to basically put my cards on the table. If it wasn't obvious already, you might know this already, but please. So I assume if you're going to tell me why it's acceptable to be anti-LGBT, what basis are you making that on?
Why it's acceptable? I think the position would be more on your side because I think that LGBT is more of a niche position based on the global sentiment towards it and the fact that it's very isolated to specific areas on the planet. I'd say it's more strange to be in favor of LGBT than being against it.
So
I'm just rejecting the position that you're having rather than.
So your argument is ad populum?
No.
Okay, if it's not ad populum, then what does it matter what the global position is on it?
I'm saying the position of the argument is you would be in favor of it. I'm opposing you being in favor of it.
You're opposing me being in
Does
favor
that
of
make
it.
sense?
Okay.
We're talking about, yeah, so you have the burden of proof is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that, but I'm not going to back away from this either. I mean, so by what basis would you imply that any society has any right whatsoever to dictate what two or more people can do in the privacy of their own home, assuming that those people are adults and are operating of free will?
I'm not arguing that position at all. I'm not saying it's anybody's position to dictate what other people do with their bodies. I'm saying that it's not an ideal thing for somebody to do, just like I would argue against somebody becoming a meth addict.
Okay, but if you say that you're against LGBT,
it's not an ideal way for a human being to live.
So when you say that you are anti-LGBT, you're not anti in the sense that you would pass any laws whatsoever that would inhibit the LGBT community.
I wouldn't. No, I don't think the conversation needs to get to that kind of position. I think
Well,
just
no,
needs
it
to
does
be
because
argument
no, it
in
absolutely
favor
does
of
because
or against
no, it
people that
absolutely does
dedicate
because
their entire
if
lives to sexual behavior that's abnormal.
but you just seem to indicate that you weren't in favor of dictating from a position of power what people can do in
Yeah, because that's literally tyranny.
yes. So what are you
Yeah,
advocating
not in favor of
to do then? So you're just advocating there shouldn't be any action, but you just think it's bad. You just think it's wrong.
I'm saying it's unhealthy. I'm saying it could be. Yes, there's multifarious views. That's why I'm trying to get to the point where I'm saying that you have the burden of proof. So if you were to make a position or a claim, I would then come in to my position against it, is you're the one that is making the claim that it's okay.
So my claim, my assertion, is that there should never be any dictates from power indicating what two or more adults, consenting adults, can do in the privacy of their own home. That is my entire position.
Oh, so like flat out, like absolutely, you're claiming that's your moral position, that nobody could ever tell somebody that what they can and can't do with their bodies?
Well, I mean, you have the right.
That opens up a lot of areas.
You have the right to, let's just say, here on this live stream, you can say, Adam, you shouldn't do this. I mean, you can tell me that if you want, but in terms of,
Yeah, that's what I am saying.
But I don't, generally speaking, I don't care what people, like I drink every day. Okay. I don't get drunk every day, but I drink every day. Some people would say that's bad for you, Adam. You shouldn't do it. Some people say you shouldn't drink at all. Some people would say you should drink less than you do. But at the end of the day, you could tell me whatever you want. I don't care as long as there is no enforcement mechanism where someone is like stopping me from buying liquor at the store or from showing up at my
What if somebody went up
house.
to you and says that you drinking is actually not only harming yourself, but other people around you? Would you agree? That
I'm sorry, say it again.
Means of harm for more than just. So if somebody came up to you and said, "Hey, you're drinking not only is hurting and killing you, but it's actually hurting it's hurting the people around you as well."
Again, they can say whatever they want. They can come up and tell me, they can give me their objections.
Yeah, like what if you were a violent drunk and you beat somebody every time you got drunk?
Well, then that wouldn't be a matter of
not
just
affect
someone
other
coming up
people?
and telling me that. That would be a matter of law enforcement becoming engaged.
Yeah, so like we said, like the choices we make have influence and effect on other people, not just ourselves.
Well, understood, yeah.
Yeah, like that's one of the domains of the LGBT, where a lot of people, including myself, believe that it's not only harmful for them, it's also harmful to people that are around them as well, because it's encouraging a lifestyle that has long-term harms, not only themselves, but the people around them, no different from an alcoholic.
Well,
I mean, there's obviously going to be variations of the type of harm. Like one might be a little bit more easier to see, but the harm exists.
but this is why I'm asking you to quantify how these things should actually be dealt with, because I'm not trying to back you in a corner, but what I'm saying is this.
Are you asking me like what the default is? Like what's the default health? Like, what's the healthiest?
No,
way
I'm
of
asking you
being?
what should be the default reaction from people in power?
Why do we have to keep going from positions of power? Like, why
Because
can't we
if
do
it's
that
not
at the
positions in
individual level?
power, then it's just you being a bigot. And like I can't stop you from being a bigot. You can be bigoted all you want. That's okay. I could
But
sit there.
Isn't that relevant to what you're saying about the people in power? Because wouldn't the individual being quote unquote a bigot be relevant to the people in power?
No, the question
How do you
is
change
what
positions
the
of
question
power
is
without changing the individual.
the question is whether or not you have power to actually interfere in those who want to do what they want to do. If the
about
only
the power
power
of
that you
persuasion?
have is that you can yell at them and say, I think you're doing bad things. I mean, you're still being an asshole,
persuade.
but guess what? The world's full of assholes. There's an asshole,
Saying that people shouldn't persuade somebody. So if I can't force somebody to do something, then I should just not say anything.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you can do whatever you want to persuade. You'll be an asshole, but you can be an asshole. You can persuade people all you want. You can
I mean, it's
you
certainly
can.
less of an asshole than somebody who forces you to do it.
Well, I agree. That's what I'm saying. So like if there is
So why can't we come to a situation in the middle where we can both respect somebody for disagreeing with you and not call them an asshole or a bigot?
because bigotry is bigotry. So if someone
Yeah,
someone
there's a specific definition to bigotry, though.
so if someone
Why do you think that I'm bigoted?
if someone lives at the other end of the street, right? And
Yeah.
they
They're a
say
meth head. Let's say they're a meth head.
no, hold up. I'm going somewhere with this. So someone lives at the other end of the street, and this isn't the case, but I'm just making. I have a black wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't have a black wife right now, although I have in the past for whatever that's worth. But let's just say I have a black wife, and there's someone at the end of the street who has no ability, no authority to stop me from being with my black wife. They can't. There's no force around what they're doing, but every time I come into contact with them, they throw slurs at me or her. They act like an asshole. I mean, granted, on one hand, it's very nice that they don't have the power to actually interject themselves in my life. But on the other hand, I still feel very comfortable calling them a bigot. I mean, I don't have to,
Well, it's escalation.
what's that?
I mean, that's a form of escalation. What's that different? How is that any different from the words that they're throwing at you that you don't like?
Classifying someone is not a form of escalation. That's like saying
What they're probably doing is a form
if
of
someone burns a
classification.
cross on
You
my
just may
front
not agree
lawn,
with the wording.
if someone burns a cross on my front lawn and then I say those people were racist, are you telling me that's a form of escalation?
To call them racist, not necessarily, but I mean.
But you just said I was escalating
You
to
were
call
saying
them
that you're gonna
bigots.
Throw the words at them if you're like talking directly to them. If you want to have a civil discussion with them, I would.
Well,
suggest
I
not
agree. I probably
throwing those
wouldn't.
kind of
I
words
probably
at them.
wouldn't go up to their face and call them a bigot just because they're not worth my time. Now, unless
Well, yeah, at that point, you'd probably argue that they're not willing to be, have a conversation at all. But that's not the situation that we're in right now. We're willing to
right.
have
So
a
that's
conversation
what I'm
without
that's what
throwing
I'm
words.
getting at is that we can first of all everyone is well within their rights to call anyone else to label anyone else as whatever they want. I mean, they may be wrong. They may be what they label someone as may expose their own biases.
Yeah, but it doesn't further the conversation to call somebody a bigot, is what I'm saying.
Right, but I wouldn't care. Because if someone burns a cross on my front lawn, I don't care if I'm not furthering a conversation with them.
Well, we're having a conversation right now. I'm not
Right.
burning a cross, am I?
No. So you're saying why am I calling you a bigot? So that's what you're saying?
Yes. I'm saying that's escalating wording. Yes, I would prefer that not escalate into wording like that.
Well, I don't care. I mean, that's fine.
Well, you have to have some kind of respect for me or the general conversation. Even if we
I don't have respect for anyone who wants to pass judgment on what others do in the privacy of their own home with
Isn't that
consenting
what
adults.
you're just doing with me by calling me a bigot?
You're the one who brought this up.
Yeah, you're passing judgment. That's the entire point of the
Yes, I'm
conversation.
absolutely passing judgment. Yes, of course I am.
Yes, okay, so we're okay with passing judgment. Well, we can do so in a respectful way.
Okay, but you're still a bigot. I mean,
How
you
does
don't
that
like that
further the
term, I guess. You want me to?
Once
What do you
again,
want me to call you? Like you're
Do you want to- okay,
a respectful
go ahead.
hater
Okay, explain how I'm a bigot.
because you have prejudice against people who are not like you.
You think I don't love the LGBT because
Yes, I
their
absolutely do.
choices?
You cannot sit there and condemn people and then also say, "Oh, but I love them."
Well, that's not
Hate the
condemning.
sin, but love the
That's
sinner.
saying
That's
their
bullshit.
lifestyle isn't as healthy as it could be. No different from me.
That's
saying
none of your
to a meth head,
business.
Hey, you should probably not do meth. It's bad for your health.
Well, first of
That's
all,
me being bigoted.
I understand on some level you may be trying to make a rhetorical point, but at any
What if
level,
I came from the LGBT? Have you considered that? Am I a bigot?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you've been with 1,000 people of the same sex.
Okay.
But the fact that you then want to pass judgment on people for what they do in the privacy of their own home, and then you want to mask it behind this idea of, well, if it may not be good for them or their community. I mean, you don't have any authority to make that decision other than just what you assert in your own mind, and you can assert
Why
it.
would it have to become from a position of authority to love somebody into wanting them to have a better life?
Oh, you're gonna love someone into what? Dude, you listen to yourself.
Isn't that the
Jesus
same
fucking
way
Christ,
as me
man.
saying that I consider it to be less optimal of your life choices?
Okay,
to
so
drink
you're
every
gonna
day?
so you're gonna
I
love
say
the
that
gay
I
out of
care
him?
about
Is
your
that it?
health and your well-being, and I said that it would be better for your life and for everybody that you love if you cut down on your drinking, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Would that not be a form of love? Would you
No.
not extend that? To
No,
your
it's not.
friends? So you wouldn't love your friends. You would just ignore them if they were doing something reckless and dangerous.
It'd be different. It'd be one thing if you actually had a relationship with someone. That changes the stakes.
But how do you allow that relationship to exist if you're not open to it?
You don't have to allow it
If
to
you're calling
exist.
them a bigot. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If you're calling them a bigot, you're not
People
exactly
that are
allowing
people that are
them to
passing
love you.
judgment for
Are-
what
are-
others do in the privacy of their own home between consenting adults are
Yeah.
bigots.
Okay,
I mean, I'm sorry if you don't like that term.
You're
It's
stretching the
just
definition
true.
of the word quite a little bit, man. But like, we're not even
Really?
actually talking about the topic yet.
So
We're talking about how you feel towards me having the position that I have, rather than the position. Which
So
is fine,
bigotry
although that
is
we
the
just talked about it before
obstinate,
we get into it.
unreasonable attachment to one's own beliefs and prejudices, coupled with an intense intolerance or hatred towards those who hold different views or belong to different groups. You're a bigot.
Last half of that definition, I would argue, does not fit this situation.
You can argue it, but it doesn't change the
Intensity, 'cause I'm not
fact.
insulting you. I'm not
That's
insulting
fine.
your views.
Well, so
You're insulting
why is
mine,
it
so
that
wouldn't
the
that
term
fit
insults
your
you if you're
definition
acting
more?
bigoted?
It would fit your side more than mine to call you bigoted then.
How is it insulted to just explain that this definition fits you?
Because I didn't have the last half of that definition.
Okay, so because you love the people that you have obstinate, unreasonable attachment to their
Well,
prejudices
it's
over them.
obstinate and unreasonable is definitely not in this conversation.
Okay, so tell me why your beliefs are so reasonable. Because
Well,
you haven't
that's
told
the
me
rest of the
anything yet that
conversation.
even approaches
So I wanted to
reasonability.
get beyond the bigoted part.
Well, that's not going to go well.
Yeah, because we keep going to that circular kind of direction of how
Well,
you
I mean,
feel
you
towards
can
the
you can get butthurt about terms all you want, but the fact is that to sit there and care about what someone else does in the privacy of their own home between consenting adults
Okay.
is
Okay, so if somebody kills themselves in the quiet of their bathroom,
Dude, don't
I
be
shouldn't-
that
I
guy.
shouldn't have an
Don't
opinion,
be
I
that
shouldn't
guy.
Feel anything about that?
don't do that. I mean, you were just proving
Give you
right
an
there
exact
that you can't even
comparison of your
have.
ethics that you just extended towards me. I
You're
gave you
just
another
proving right
example.
there that you can't even have it. So you have just in the last several minutes tried to equate same-sex attractions or any other part of LGBT with meth addiction and suicide. Do you not understand
That's
how
a
that
moral
is
argument. It's a
logically
moral analogy.
ignorant?
It's a moral comparison. Yeah.
It is logically
This is what
ignorant.
the conversation is.
I can compare an apple to
How
a
is it
fire
logically
truck. That doesn't mean it's logical on any level.
Yeah. What was the comparison?
I said I can compare an apple to a fire truck. That doesn't make it logical. And you can compare meth addicts and you compare meth addicts and people who are suicidal to. You can compare meth addicts and people who are suicidal to the LGBT community, but it is just patently ignorant. They have there's nothing specifically in common there. Of course, there are people in the LGBT community.
Your moral position in that example.
So
And
what are
got
you
angry
calling?
'cause I gave you the example.
Okay, so there's the issue there. What are you calling moral?
What am I calling moral? An ideal method for individuals to exist that mitigates unnecessary human suffering.
Okay, so two dudes are married at the end of your street. Whose suffering is that causing?
Well, you'd have to look at the specific situation. Well, how about the fact that they can't naturally produce children?
How do you know that causes suffering? They could both have 12 kids by previous partners. They could both be infertile.
Yeah,
they could have
But
low
they can't
sperm
have one
count.
together.
So
What's the point of the relationship then? Exactly.
So wait a minute. So
What's the point of being in a sexual relationship with somebody if you don't want kids?
So you're the one to
What's the point of
determine
sex?
what the point is of a sexual relationship between two people?
Yeah, we can get to the axioms of biology if you wanted.
So unless
I mean, what's the point of sex?
you're ready to pop out kids, there's no point in having sex. So I guess everyone who's like
no.
every senior couple should not be allowed to have sex anymore.
See, once again, you're going to an extreme.
No,
Saying
I'm
people
following
should be allowed
your
to do something.
I am following your
So what about
logic.
somebody who like masturbates every single day? Is that ideal?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
You don't care?
I would like you to answer the
care?
question. So should senior people be allowed to have sex anymore?
What do you mean? Like once again, you're going to an extreme of allowed. What do you mean allowed?
Okay, they're allowed. Is it somehow hurting them
Is it within
to
the
have
range?
sex?
Are they doing it protectively? Are they doing it to maintain a relationship?
They've been married their whole life. No, they're not using.
They have
They're not
children
using
already?
protection.
Okay, so they're using it recreationally, is what you're saying. You're asking me, is it okay to have recreational sex?
I'm asking you if it's okay for two people who are no longer fertile to have sex.
So yes, you're saying you want to know if it's moral to have recreational sex.
That's not what I said, but you can put whatever words you want in it. I mean, they
not
might be
agree
doing
with
it
that
out of a
phrasing?
sense
I'm
of
trying to get
duty.
to the foundation of
Maybe
what
it's
you're
not
asking, if it's okay
recreational.
for
So
someone to have
please
recreational
try to
sex.
answer what I'm asking you. A very simple question, and I don't know why you don't feel like you can answer it. What is wrong with two older people who are one or both of them is no longer fertile having sex?
I wouldn't argue that there's anything inherently wrong with them having sex.
But if two men who aren't senior citizens, but their sex is not going to produce a kid either, there's something wrong with that. So it's okay for people to have
Dedicated
sex.
their life to that situation, yes, I would say that that's no different from somebody having a masturbation addiction.
So the whole
I mean,
point.
elderly people can have these sexual problems as well. They can have sex addictions. Are they
Have you
having
ever
sex
given
every
someone an
single day?
orgasm?
Have I given somebody an orgasm? Yes.
Okay. So did they get pregnant?
Nope.
So it was a waste.
Is that ideal? No, you're right. Exactly. I would argue.
No, that was a waste that you gave them an
Yes.
orgasm and they didn't get pregnant.
Yes, I would consider that to be accessory. Yes.
Wow, that really says a lot right there.
So it's quite interesting how the conversation hasn't really gone anywhere towards justifying an entire lifestyle of sexual addiction and behaviors. that
Who's sexually
don't allow
addicted?
somebody to continue.
So someone who
with life.
has sex but it's not going to lead to a kid, they're sexually addicted? You had just
No,
included
not
that
necessarily.
out of nowhere.
Yes, because you're using generalities, and I'm giving you specific examples of where it doesn't.
Who
become
specific?
healthy anymore,
What couple?
one
Do
of which
you want to pull up
involves-
names and addresses?
one of
What
which
what couple
involves
do you want to talk about? That's
sexual
not
narcissism,
generality.
Where an individual is having sex with their same-sex partner that has absolutely no ability to.
But as long as
reproduce
it's
at
a
all.
different sex partner, but they can't have kids, then it's fine.
Not necessarily fine. It's just as accessory.
Accessory, like it's a crime. It's an
Like, once
accessory
again,
to
you
the
seem
crime.
be incapable of understanding the nuances. You keep jumping to the extremes.
Dude, I am just following your logic. I'm sorry that that's
Yes,
bothering
and
you
I'm saying
so
that
much.
Somebody dedicating their life to sexual narcissism.
What? No, that's
is
never
not
what I
an
said.
ideal
That's never
manner
what I said.
In which they exist in the world.
The words dedication
Selfish
and
love
narcissism
is not
never.
the same as selfless.
No, hold
love.
up. So you can yell over me for a minute if you want. That's fine. Here's what's really simple. I never said about anyone being dedicated to narcissism. Those words never came out of my mouth. So you can sit here and try to talk about what I said, but the fact is those words did not come out of my mouth. I am pointing out the very simple and obvious disconnect that is in your complete lack of logic here, which is that if it's so bad for two people to have sex without the obvious intention of having kids, then that applies to a lot more than LGBT people. And if you're not willing to apply the same logic to non-LGBT people, then guess what? You're bigoted. That's all there is to it.
Great logical connection you made. It was a little bit of a jump, but I suggest you accept a little bit more of the nuances of the conversation, being that this is exclusive to the LGBT community. The average person.
Please tell
has
me
the
one thing
ability
you've
to
said
reproduce.
so far that's exclusive to the
average person
LGBT
has
community.
the ability to have children. The
You have not
LGBT
named
is
anything that's
exclusively
exclusive to the LGBT
infertile
community.
by choice of sexual reproduction.
You have not named anything that is exclusive to the LGBT community.
Sexual narcissism. By
Oh,
definition,
narcissism is only
homosexuality is
sexual narcissism only exists in the LGBT community.
Yes.
Jesus.
Literally
Sexual
by definition of
narcissism only
axiomatic wording,
exists.
and I know that you seem to really enjoy laughing at things you don't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. I don't understand how anyone
encounter the actual vocabulary that
So
I'm using. You might.
I'll mute you again because I do not understand. And yes, I will laugh all I want. It's my own fucking show. I'll laugh all day long. Even if I'm the only one on the live stream, I'll laugh. But I will absolutely laugh at anyone who wants to imply, even for a moment, that sexual narcissism is exclusive to the LGBT community. Like, yes, all you gays out there, you have a monopoly on the whole concept of sexual narcissism. Lord knows there has never been a sexual narcissist who is straight, who is a man, who is the president of our country, who is a Christian, who is any other, like, it's all just the gays. They're the only ones who are ever have anything to do with sexual narcissism. It is the exclusive domain of the LGBT community. That's beautiful.
Am I allowed to talk now?
I don't know. Do you want to talk?
I don't know. What did you say? I couldn't hear you because I was muted, so I just muted the chat.
Oh, well, then you missed it.
Do you want to have an actual conversation? Because you seem to just be reacting to things. Do you know?
Yeah, I'm reacting to
sexual
the actual
narcissism
things that
actually
you're saying.
means?
And I'm very happy with my
Do you know
reactions.
what sexual narcissism means?
Yes,
actual
I'm
word?
very familiar what the words sexual and narcissism both mean.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
I'm not going to sit here and define words for you. You're a grown boy. I've already defined a bunch of
You
words for
wanted to
you
say that-
before. And you don't seem to really be amenable to when anyone actually shows you the definition of words. So, you can tell me whatever you think it means.
Wow, you're having a very emotional reaction to this conversation, man.
I am?
Yep.
Okay,
Being
I
very
guess
obstinate, which is one of the definitions of bigotry, remember?
I guess I'm raging here. I'm very emotional. I might be crying too on the inside.
And sarcasm, great example of encountering something you don't understand and being
I mean,
unable
anything I
to
say is
communicate
going to
it.
be a reaction to you, right? I'm having such a reaction to you.
Yes, I know. Mm-hmm. Yes, because you don't understand.
That's called conversation. You have reactions to people
No,
that you
don't
have
understand.
conversations with.
Yes, the specific type of reaction is from someone who doesn't.
Yes, it's
understand
the
what
one that you don't
somebody's
like.
saying, and
It's
they
the
wanna
one that you don't
pretend like they
approve of.
understand it and
Because you also
control
have
over
the
it.
idea of what people should do in their bedrooms by themselves.
By pointing out what is ideal and less ideal. Do you think that it's ideal to have children?
Depends on who you are. There's a lot of people that shouldn't have kids.
Oh, who shouldn't have kids?
Assholes.
How do you determine who's an asshole? Do children make you a better person?
Not always, no. Depends on the person.
So how do you tell who should have kids and who shouldn't?
I don't, because I don't think that I have any authority whatsoever to actually dictate to people who should have kids and who shouldn't. So even though I
but
firmly
you can have an
believe,
opinion.
so even though I firmly believe that there are plenty of people in the world who I wish did not have kids or wouldn't have kids, the fact is that me trying to insert myself in that conversation would identify myself as being an overbearing piece of shit. So instead, while I realize that I cannot actually control what other people do, I then fall back to the perfectly reasonable and moral position, which is to say that people have to make their own decisions.
Yeah. And they can make those decisions based on observations of reality, right? See who has better lives than other people. And the
Yes,
general
they
consensus
can
being
make
that people
those
who have
decisions.
Children end up with happier, more fulfilling lives than everybody who chooses not to.
They can make those decisions, yes.
And there's an objective criteria of you
I
deciding
never said there
if
was. The word
life is
objective
worth
never
having
came out of my mouth.
versus not having and being selfish with your life.
The word objective never came out of my mouth.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it right now. Why would you need to say objective for me to use the word?
I did not say objective.
There's objective criterias for life, right?
No. Try again.
No? There's no objective criterias for life? Are you serious?
Where's your objective criteria
wanna
for
read
life?
Do
Please
you
tell
want
me.
to think about that before just immediately responding and saying no?
Okay, first of all,
You say,
it's my show, and I've thought this through perfectly. So, no, I don't need to have you ask me if I want to think about it. I've thought about it plenty. Please tell me what your objective criteria is. I'm all ears.
well, for starters, a man and a woman having sex, that would be an objective criteria.
That's
for
not an
life.
objective criteria. That
terms
is
of
your
human
subjective,
species.
made up criteria. Try again.
So you're denying male and female as the axioms of sexual reproduction?
I never said that. You talked sex. You didn't say reproduction.
You just denied it objectively.
No,
just
you
that's
said,
objectively not
so,
true.
okay, you don't seem to be able to listen. So you said reproduction. You did not say sex. You said, or I'm sorry, I said that backwards. You said sex. You did not say reproduction. So if you're going to talk about sex, there is no objective standard anywhere in the world that says it has to be one man, one woman. You made that up. And then when I challenged you on it, then you said reproduction. Yes, I do understand that it takes one man and one woman to reproduce, but that's not what you said. You said objective standard for sex. So don't put the words in my mouth because I'm not going to let you. There is not an objective standard for who should have sex, who should be able to have sex, how they should have sex, whether the sex should be reproductive or not, whether they should have protection. That is not objective in any way, shape, or form.
You're not even going to tell me when you muted me. It's being quite interestingly controlling over the conversation.
Yeah, because if you're just
nothing I
going to talk
said
over me and lie about what I said,
violated.
I'm going to mute you.
You literally redefined what I said, even though what I
I
said is
didn't- okay.
exactly what you said. You knew exactly what I meant, man. You're being obstinate on purpose.
I'm following your words. I am actually following
Yeah, so
exactly
we're
what you
no
said.
longer talking about
I'm
what I
sorry
was
that your
explaining
words are not
because you had
making
to
you very
redefine
happy when
what
I point
said.
them out to you.
So like I said and you agreed with, it takes a male and a female reproducing to have a child. That's one of the axioms of biology.
What does that have to do with who can have
It took
sex?
a man and a woman. It took a man and a woman to create you, correct?
What does that have to do with who can have sex?
It's a yes or no question, man. Why can't you answer it?
You know what the answer is. What does that have to do with who can have sex?
Oh, okay. What does it have to do with people who want to have children? Because
That wasn't the question. What does it have to do with who can have sex?
It's the people who can have reproductive sex is what my axiom is.
So why
Once
does
again, the
everything
axiom
have
of
to be
life.
reproductive sex?
That's what I mean about valuing life. Do you
So
value
you-
life?
So wait, what does that have to do with valuing life? Why does all sex have to be
Because
reproductive?
sex is required for life.
That does not follow. Just because sex is required for life does not tell you why all sex has to be reproductive. Those two do not follow.
I'm not saying all sex has to be reproductive.
Oh,
sex.
so if
I'm
it all
saying the
doesn't,
ideal criteria of sex.
if it
is
all doesn't,
reproductive
then
sex.
what does it matter if I go out and have sex with someone who could not bear me a child?
I mean, I can just talk. I can just mute you if you're gonna mute me and talk over me.
Yeah, okay. Here, you
You're
can.
just being obstinate, man. You're a bigot, and you're not even letting me talk. You're just circling the same emotional arguments.
I'm circling emotional arguments.
Yes, you can't even discuss the topic.
Oh, what have I not discussed?
Well, for starters, the definition of sexual narcissism, which you said you already knew.
No, I said you can
Think
come
that
up.
Sexual narcissism is an ideal way of living.
I don't care. I literally
Why
don't
not? You're
care.
arguing about it like as if you care.
I mean, it's not an ideal way of living for me. If that's what you're asking,
Why not?
because
Why not?
I don't desire it. That's why. But if I did desire
That's
it,
not specific.
and if I desire, it's very specific. If I did desire it,
No,
and if I had one or more partners who also desired it, then there is nothing wrong with that, as long as it is consenting
It's
adults.
just humoring desire.
Yes.
The desire is the point. Just doing it
If
because it
that's
feels good.
what we
So like meth.
choose, that's not the
So it's literally
global.
meth.
That's not the global point of sex. That can be your only
then
point
everyone
of,
can just have meth,
but
right?
that can be your only point of sex if that's what you want it to be.
So do you think that having that as your only point of sex is an ideal way of living, just like somebody's only way of alleviating their pain and suffering is through meth?
Don't stop with the meth versus sex thing, dude. You just make yourself sound like you're 12. Come on, man, grow up. You
Well,
can do
yes,
better
the
than that.
sexual addictions
You can
and
do better than that.
addictions to methamphetamine
This is not
operate
about
on the
meth
same
addiction.
dopamine
And if you
circuit
don't
in
understand
neurology.
the distinction, then you just need to do
What,
better.
dopamine circuitry?
You just need to do
Dopamine
better.
circuitry is what you're arguing about.
This isn't meth addiction we're talking about.
Do better. Just do better.
Okay.
I'm talking about dopamine circuitry.
Yeah, you're not talking about anything. Just, dude, come on, man. Grow the hell up. I mean, just have an adult moment in your life. Every argument is just about his own personal definitions of what he thinks is right for everyone else. And then he can't even defend any of it. Like, dude, grow the hell up, man. I guess you have to have a certain respect for trolls. You know, at least they're trying. At least they are consistent. They are consistently bad, but they are trying. So we have the fourth call. I guess technically speaking, that's the fourth call. So it's been his show tonight, but yeah. Now he's gonna get in the chat. He's gonna whine like a little bitch, but that's what trolls do. All right, so I'm going to pivot here, and we're going to move to our Christian quiz because I'm tired of pulling up comments. Let's do. Let me pull this up over here a second. So I'm currently working on. You guys saw I did Genesis and Leviticus. I'm sorry. I did Genesis and Exodus. I'm currently working on Leviticus, getting those in. I'm like 15 or so questions into that. And we'll continue to build those out. So if he hadn't been like a hateful piece of shit, it would have been fun to maybe ask him how he did on the Christian quiz. That would have been really fun. But, and to be fair, when he called in again, he's up front. He's like, yeah, look at me. I hate, I'm a hateful asshole. So It was clear from his original statement, if you want to call it that, in terms of his username that he typed in when he called in. So it's not like he was hiding it. I guess that's a good thing. You might as well be upfront about your bigotry. But you're going to get no love around here. There is. And this is not just about, oh, I love gays. You know, it's like, oh, I love all the gay people. I mean, I do love a lot of gay people. But the simple fact is that if you can't even understand that sex is not just about squeezing out babies, then you're not qualified to have an adult conversation on it at all. And at that point, I'd really feel pretty bad for any partners that you have or have had in the past, because that's not someone you really want to spend much time with. That's not the partner you're looking for right there. But, you know, I guess it's good to own your bigotry. Well, he didn't own his bigotry. He was all butthurt about the term bigot. But he in terms of all of his other words and his positions and how he explained his positions, he absolutely was owning his bigotry, other than getting butthurt about the term bigot. So, but, you know, I try to be reasonable here. I thought he was going to take it in a biblical way, you know, try to pull up his Leviticus shit or something like that, or pull up something from the New Testament, from Romans. You know, I thought maybe he would actually have some kind of Christian basis for it, although I don't really know if he's even a Christian. He just feels troll. So a lot of times the trolls, like they kind of seem generically Christian because it's an atheist channel. So like, oh, the trolls must be Christian. But half the time the trolls aren't really even Christian so much. They're just, I'm against whatever you want to say, you know? So I have no idea what he thinks his religion is. He might be Muslim for all I know. But didn't really go too far. And, you know, before we get into the quiz, I will mention briefly, I mean, I told him at the start of this latest conversation with us that you're not going to be in friendly territory here. I think he knew that already. There are many believer kind of things that we can have reasonable conversations about. We can talk about scripture. We can talk about what the Bible says. We can talk about what the church teaches. We can talk about the differences between, you know, the different church teachings and how they've looked at it over time. But aside from that, if you just want to come on and just make this generic quasi-moral argument against people doing what adults do in the privacy of their own home, you're not going to get any love from me at any point. Like, it's not even going to be a very productive conversation, because at this point, you know, you're just trying to justify your own hate. So Oren, I see Oren here. I want to give special thanks to Oren, who has given me a tip. So I appreciate you very much. It says, I'll tell you I'm a bigot without saying it. Yeah. So, I'm sorry. He says, I need to fix this because I can highlight these on the screen, but for some reason I'm not being able to highlight the super chats. So excuse me for that, Oren Pact, I guess. But he says, guest, I'll tell you I'm a bigot without saying it. In other words, he's saying that this is what the guest was saying. So yeah, the guest was just holding up a big old Westboro Baptist sign, you know, like, look at how bigoted I am. I'm a bigot, except he's not going to say bigot. And if you say bigot, now he's going to get all butthurt about how dare you, you know, be so biased and actually say that he is what he is. This is actually a common thing that I've seen from the right a lot. I mean, people on the left will do this sometimes too, but really from the right, they want to parade around these revolting ideas that are the antithesis of human happiness and flourishing. And then when you have the gall to actually call it what it is, of course, now you're the asshole because you had the nerve to actually bring it up. You had the nerve to name it for what it was. That's why I brought up the whole point about, like, you know, so if you burn a cross on my lawn and I call you a racist, now I'm escalating. Now I'm the problem because I called you a racist. Like, you can't sit here and just give me all of this devoid of scientific fact bullshit about sexual relations and this weakly veiled Christian bullshit about reproduction. Actually, it's very Catholic bullshit. He was taking a very Catholic line about not that general Christians are that more open-minded or liberal, but Catholics explicitly take this, the hardcore Catholics. And I don't know if that guy is a Catholic or not. But the hardcore Catholic position, I did a video on this in response to Trent Horn a few months ago, where he did a whole video defending the hardcore Christian idea that you shouldn't be able to have non-reproductive sex. That's one of the lawyerly pieces of bullshit that sometimes these hardcore, Christian apologists will take. Is they will sometimes try to take the reproductive route, and it's much more common amongst Catholics, but still even Protestants sometimes will take that same line. And the idea that I have to worry at all about whether or not not only is it sad to think that I have to worry about whether or not someone can get pregnant just because I'm sleeping with them, but on top of that, the sadder part to me, it's funny and sad all at the same time, is that while I'm all for you having kids, if that's what you and your partner want to do, if that's where you are and that's what the point in life you want to be, you want to have kids, then of course, have kids. Of course, I'm in favor of families and childbearing. I mean, we need children. It's a good thing. But beyond that, some of the best sex you will ever have in your life is when you have removed that fear of pregnancy from the act, whether that's because you are using really good protection or whether that's because your partner or you are no longer capable of you're no longer fertile, whether it's a woman can't conceive or a man has low sperm count, whatever the scenario, when you are fortunate to be able to reach a point in life, whether it's because of age or just because of your scenario or whatever, where you can have some sex with a loving, willing, of course, consenting adult, sometimes that will lead, sometimes one of the best ways to ensure that you have mind-blowing, toe-curling, holler, in the night kind of sex is when you can be free with your bodies and be free as far as not worrying about, holy shit, is this going to lead to a kid? And none of that, of course, is against childbearing because, having families is a good thing. But that being said, you can usually tell the people who have never satisfied a partner. It's pretty clear sometimes when you talk to people like, yeah, I don't think your partner is in a very enviable position, because the people that are the most stuck-up, bigoted assholes are usually the ones that are having some of the worst sex, if they're having sex at all. But they're usually some of the ones that are having some of the worst sex possible. And even if they think that they're having good sex, usually their partner or partners aren't in total agreement on that. So, I'll tell you, I can't even fathom the ignorance that it takes to think that you have in any way the moral proper position to even speak upon what other people do, consenting adults do, in the privacy of their own home. The mere fact that you think that you somehow are in any position to speak on that matter already indicates that you are so full of yourself and that you are so morally discordant with everything else happening in society, indicates that you should just crawl back in your hole, because there is no... Oh, this is great. I'm not really watching the comments much, but I can box with whatever person I want after a dude did it with the entire conversation. Okay. Yeah. Bye-bye. 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 You have a good night. Bye-bye. Enough of that. I'll tell you, the ignorance just flowing sometimes.
You are an idiot!
Yep.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
What you just said is
This
one
is
of
for
the
you,
most
Kaj.
insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
We're all dumber.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
May God truly have mercy on your soul, Kaj. I hope God just mercies all over your soul. I hope He mercies on your face, on your back, everywhere. I hope you're just swimming in the mercy, because you need a lot of mercy. That's for sure. And to be fair, I knew how that was going to go, because anytime someone, just calls in and it's like, oh, here's my opening position, gay bad, and it's all wrong. And then there's one more thing before we get into the quiz, because I actually thought this was pretty funny. He wants to put his stake in the ground as I have the blatantly bigoted position, but he's like, oh, but you have the burden of proof. Like, my position is very simple. Okay. Why do I have to prove that people should not be hateful, bigoted assholes to each other? Why is that burden of proof on me for that? Like, that makes no fucking sense. Hey, John, you with us?
Yeah.
Have you been enjoying the festivities tonight?
Oh, definitely.
So, did you also call in to argue for why we should hate LGBT people?
I don't have anything problem with them type of people. I got friends at work.
Well, clearly, then you need more hate in your life. You need. You know what? You know what we're gonna do, John? Give me a second.
What's
here.
that?
Give me a second. We're gonna pray for you right now. God, I have Yahweh, Jebus, Holy Spirit. I have a wayward soul on the line with me right now. John does not understand why he should hate gay people. God does not understand why John should care about what consenting adults do in the privacy of their bedrooms. God doesn't understand your plan for everyone else's kinky, private shit. So I'm asking you, Jebus, I'm asking you, Holy Spirit, come down and teach John the hatred that he needs in order to be part of your spiritual love. I want everyone out there on the live stream right now, I want you to hold hands. I know you can't see it in everyone, but I want you to put up your hands like this. Spiritually, you are holding hands with everyone, and I want all of us as a group, as a Christian group, to let John feel the hate. John, do you feel the hate?
Oh gosh.
Tell me you feel the hate, John. Just feel the hate filling you up, like this rising rage. I know you can feel the hate, John.
It's ridiculous. I tried to call in, but I couldn't get there fast enough.
So I want you to know that now that we've been set straight by our previous caller, I'm going to need to know, I don't know what your personal situation is, but whether, I don't know if you're going to get, I don't know if you're going to do the nasty tonight or not. But if you plan to do the nasty at any point in the future, I think before you call in again, I'm going to need a written statement that guarantees that it will be completely procreative. Because otherwise, I don't know if I can have you on the show, John, unless every time you stick your penis in another person that it could possibly lead to life. Because otherwise, what's the point, right?
Right. It's got to be consensual.
And if you don't agree with me, John, you know what you are? You're a sexual narcissist. Did you hear that? Sexual narcissism. Like, what the fuck, man?
Shoot me in the foot.
Sexual narcissism, man. That's beautiful. Like, some shit you just can't make up. You know, there's a certain. I can cosplay hate, but then there's a certain point where it's like I don't really know if I can even make up a certain level of hate. At a certain point, I need a Christian to help me get into the method of like, how do I get really hateful? You know.
Right. We get hateful. I thought I was a really loving person.
Well, we also learned with that last caller that apparently LGBT sex is roughly equivalent to meth addiction. So, you know, meth addiction or LGBT sex, like they're pretty much the same thing, right? What was the other thing he equated it with too? There was something else there. I forget now.
My mind is fried on what half the stuff he said on there.
I know.
It didn't make any sense.
That was insane, man. I'll tell you. I mean, I will give him credit though. He's persistent. I mean, that's the fourth time he called tonight. So,
yeah. And, I mean, and under a different name, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, the first he called once, and then the first time he called, it got long and boring because it just went down the solipsism rabbit hole, and then I hung up on him, and he almost immediately called back. Yep. And then we talked for a little bit longer, and then finally I blocked him. So then he called back, I guess, with a different phone number because that's the only way that the system knows to block you is by phone number. And I only blocked him for like 4 hours, right? You have an option there to, like, when you hang up on someone, you can just hang up on them, or you can hang up and block them for 4 hours. So I don't think I even have an option to permanently block someone. But then he called back with a different phone, and we had a reasonable conversation. Like, he had a lot of shit he wanted to get out about solipsism. Like, that was like such a big thing that he had to clear up. So that third call wasn't amazing, but at least it was rational.
Decent, yeah.
Yeah. And then that fourth call, now he's like, okay, let's talk about the gay. You know, like, okay, really? This is what we're doing now. Okay. And like I said, before you called in, I was, you know, of course I'm not going to support anyone's anti-LGBT shit, but within reason, we can have a conversation about that. But he wasn't even going within reason. It just got bad really fast. So
sound like he got off the train track somehow.
I mean, sound like he got out of the home. You know, like he might be off his meds. I don't know. He was.
Oh my gosh.
And you know, like normally on the calls, like people here when they call in, even you know, believers or whatever, like I haven't had to play very often the mute you card, but
you had that tonight.
Yeah, then he just starts yelling, and you know, at first I'm like, of course I could hang up at the beginning, but I'm like, I'll just try muting him for a while and see if that changes it. But no. Yay, hate. All right, John, are you ready to find out how Christian you are?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I'll play.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to find out how Christian John is. So let's figure this out. And we don't have to go through the whole quiz, all right? This is like 120. Well, we'll go as long as we want to go, okay?
All right.
And hey, Doc and Box is here. So Doc and Box, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was talking about you and your comment on the video that's being released on Friday. So if you didn't see it, please go back and look at the replay, Doc and Box, because I appreciated your comment very much. I am kind of curious, actually, Doc and Box, whether you watched the rest of the video and whether or not what your overall verdict was. So anyway, I'm sorry to get off subject here, John, but I saw Doc and Box in the comments, so I wanted to call him out. So let's do this, and we'll see how many. We don't have to do all these, whatever, but we'll just have some fun with this. And a quick kind of like, just so people know like where I'm coming from on this. Because I've had a few people already ask me, like, what is the basis for this? Like, how is something better or worse? So the general rubric, I just realized on the screen I have you like totally hidden behind me. That wasn't on purpose, but I don't know. I'll figure that out later. The general idea of these was, of course, it's not scientific, but On most of the questions, the right answer, the one that gets you the most points, which you can get 4 points for answer, is the answer that we can most reliably tie back to the Bible. Usually the zero answer is, of course, the opposite of that, and usually what I would call the most logical answer. And then the second best answer is usually the one that, not the one that's in the Bible, but usually the one that Christians will give you. So that's the 3-point answer. And then the 1 and 2 point answers are just kind of like thrown in there to see, like other options. All right. So that being said, there are a few exceptions to those rules, but we'll just pull some of these up. So here, I don't know if you can see the screen, but I will talk through these too so that anyone listening can hear. So question number 1, how do you know if Yahweh is in a particular place? A, wherever you see him in the smoke of a sacrifice. B, you can never know if an invisible, unfalsifiable entity is in any place at any time. C, wherever you feel a sense of vengeance or jealousy overwhelming you. D, wherever Yahweh appears to you in a dream, obviously. Or E, Yahweh's omnipresent. So you always know that he's in every place at all times.
Like trees.
I mean, that would be one way to interpret E. Yeah.
My curtain. I thought I've seen his face, but I don't know whose face it was. Okay.
So you're picking E?
Well, I see faces in trees.
Okay, so John is picking E. E is actually what I think is the most accurate Christian answer. It didn't give you the most points because that would have been. This is according to Genesis 28:16. It's wherever Yahweh appears to you in a dream, obviously. And probably my preferred answer is you can never know if an invisible, unfalsifiable entity is any place at any time. But okay, you got 3 points. You're doing pretty good here. Let's move on. Next question.
Okay.
If your male Hebrew slave is married to another one of your slaves and she bears him children, what happens after 6 years? A, if his debt is paid off, he can leave with his wife and children. If his debt has not been completely repaid, he can leave, but his wife and children must stay. B, he can take his wife in return for an ox, and he can take each child in return for a goat. C, just don't own slaves, period. Even if it was widespread and accepted for most of history, that doesn't make it right. D, you can't own a male Hebrew slave because the Bible does not endorse slavery. Or E, he can go free while abandoning his family, or he can become a lifelong chattel slave. That's it. Those are his only options.
What was the question again?
The question was, if your male Hebrew slave is married to another one of your slaves and she bears him children, what happens after 6 years?
I can let him go.
Well, the question here is basically under what terms can he go? So like the A answer is that if his debt is paid off, he can leave with his wife and children. If his debt has not been completely repaid, he can leave, but his wife and children must stay. The B answer is that he can take his wife with him when he leaves in return for an ox, and he can take each child in return for a goat. Or you can't own a male Hebrew slave because the Bible does not endorse slavery. Or the E option is he can go free while abandoning his family, or he can become a lifelong chattel slave. That's it. Those are his only options. And the C answer was just don't own slaves.
Well, I'd say if he's a Hebrew, I can't own him.
Okay.
If he's another type of slave, I can let him go. Ooh, that's a toughie. Well, sounds like almost like a trick question to me.
Oh, it's not. It really isn't. It's definitely from Scripture. Just pick one.
I guess to go with B.
B? Okay. I'm sorry, that only gets you 1 point. So the proper biblical answer is that he can go free, because you can own Hebrew slaves in the Bible. He can go free while abandoning his family, or he can become a lifelong chattel slave. That's it. Those are his only options. I'm sorry, you weren't quite Christian enough on that one, John. You need to do better.
No, I didn't go to church much.
Next question. How unique was Aaron's first miracle, which was turning a staff into a snake before the Pharaoh? A, Pharaoh's sorcerers may have done the same miracle, but theirs was evil because it didn't come from Yahweh. B, the fact that Pharaoh's sorcerers could copy any aspect of Yahweh's supposed miracle is, frankly, kind of embarrassing for the omnipotent creator God of the universe. C, Pharaoh's sorcerers may have performed the same miracle, but their snakes were devoured by Aaron's snake. D, Pharaoh's sorcerers performed the exact same miracle. Or E, it was unique because it came from the omnipotent God.
Well, since I've watched this movie several different times, it was embarrassing.
Yeah. So you have what I would call the right answer. The Christian answer is that the Pharaoh's sorcerers performed the exact same, the biblical answer is that the Pharaoh's sorcerers performed the exact same miracle. Granted, it does say that Aaron's snake ate their snake afterwards, but that's not part of the miracle. That's just one snake eating another snake. You know?
Yeah,
okay.
I watched that movie too many times.
Yeah.
It was one of my favorite movies at the time when I was, because I didn't go to church a lot, but I watched these movies a lot.
Are you talking about the Ten Commandments?
Biblical stuff from.
You talking about like the Charleston Heston Ten Commandments movie?
Yep.
All right,
used
got
to watch that a lot.
Yep. Okay, question 4. What is the labor for wife exchange rate? A, it's 14 years for a hot wife, but you get an older, uglier wife thrown in for free. B, only an incel would trade labor for a wife. C, 7 years if you're a strong laborer, 14 years if you're small and weak. D, 3 years if she's hot, 1 year if she's an uggo. And E, 7 years if you're a Canaanite, and 3 years if you're a Hebrew.
Okay, I've heard this story. I've heard this one. I know he had to serve another few more years to get Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
But he ended up taking both of his wives. He didn't love the first one as much.
Mm-hmm.
And he traded some sheep, or did some sheep trading deal with a color deal, sticks in front of the sheep. This was the weirdest story I've ever heard.
That's actually saying a lot considering the Bible, but
Yeah, it was one of the weirdest stories to hold on to his, tried to get Rachel and end up getting with both wives and having several kids. Oh man. Can I say all 5?
No, you gotta pick one, John. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make you pick one.
Oh man, I watched this, and so I will watch this one too. But
I can tell I'm gonna need to put a timer on this.
yeah, I agree. Go with A.
Okay. So that is the biblical answer. You got 4 points for being a good Christian, John. Congratulations, I guess. The next question. What is the most persuasive way for the omnipotent God of the universe to communicate to a pharaoh? A. Create an image of Jesus on a piece of toast. B. Reveal yourself directly to Pharaoh if you want him to hear your message. C. Speak to Pharaoh in his dreams. D. Speak only to 2 men in the presence of no one else. Give them a handful of parlor tricks so they can prove that they have spoken to you. Or E. Formulate your message in Egyptian hieroglyphs in the clouds for everyone to see.
C.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm gonna need an answer, John.
Go with C.
Okay. I'm sorry. The proper Christian answer was speak only to 2 men in the presence of no one else. Give them a handful of parlor tricks so they can. This is the proper biblical answer. So they can prove that they have spoken to you. Honestly, the more Christian answer is probably the one that you chose. All right. Given that the Great Flood lasted for 371 days and that olive trees can survive while fully submerged for no more than a month, and that Noah's dove eventually came back with a freshly plucked olive leaf, how did that olive tree survive? A. The olive was held above the water by the valiant efforts of the unicorns. Of course, those unicorns eventually drowned as a result of the heroic olive tree rescue. B. There was no miraculous olive tree and no global flood. It's a fucking fairy tale, and a disgustingly dark one at that. C. Our God, who is apparently incapable of or unwilling to correct the wicked behavior of his own people, is perfectly capable of miraculously covering the entire world in a flood, and therefore also capable of keeping an olive tree alive while being fully submerged for many months. D. In a non-canonical text, Yahweh also found the only righteous olive tree on earth and instructed that olive tree to build its own ark, which it used to survive the flood. Or E. Ancient aliens planted new olive trees as soon as the first patches of dry land reappeared.
B. I mean, not B. E.
E. Okay. You get 2 points for E. The biblical answer, which is the only answer you can even pull from the Bible, is that God just must have done another miracle to save this olive tree, because olive trees cannot survive submerged for almost a year. But moving on, if an ox gores someone to death, how should you deal with the ox? A. Boil the ox in its mother's milk. B. The ox shall be stoned, and its flesh shall not be eaten. C. Send the ox to the Canaanites. D. While it's an unfortunate reality that sometimes violent animals should be put down, the use of stoning is patently absurd. and the idea that no one could eat the animal afterward reeks of magical thinking. Or E, cut off one of the ox's legs, roast it, and eat it in front of the ox.
Well, E would be just rude.
Well, yeah, we know the Bible would never just be rude.
Jeez. I'd go with C. Give it to a Canaanite. But then that would be their own kind people.
Unfortunately, the biblical answer is that the ox shall be stoned, which I would say is pretty fucking rude, and its flesh shall not be eaten.
I guess that'd be D, but I chose C.
What was the result of Abram lying to Pharaoh and pimping out his wife Sarai? A, one of the greatest patriarchs of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam showed himself as a con man willing to sell out his wife. B, Abram and Pharaoh decided to do a full swap. C, Abram led the Hebrews out of Egypt. D, Abram acquired sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male and female slaves, and camels, and Sarai spread STDs to Pharaoh's house. Or E, Pharaoh eventually bartered with Abram in good faith for the right to bone Sarai.
How much I want to go with D, but I think it's more on the E side.
So your answer is E. The biblical answer is D.
Ah, rats.
To be fair, it does not say STDs in the biblical text, but if you read Genesis 12:16, oh yeah, it is very interesting about what is supposedly the result of Sarai being in Pharaoh's house.
Yeah.
Sarai is already barren, which doesn't mean STD, although that can be one of the side effects of an STD. And then after she's pimped out to Pharaoh for a while, a bunch of the people in his house become diseased, and they have to be cured after she leaves.
Yeah.
What's the best way to blot out the memory of a nation from under heaven? A, whatever approach you take, do not write their name in the best-selling book in world history. B, threaten to stone anyone who ever mentions the nation again. C, write their name as a remembrance in a book. Recite it in the hearing of others and wage war against them from generation to generation. D, pray for Yahweh to erase them from everyone's mind. Or E, officially change the nation's name to anonymous.
E.
I'm sorry, the biblical answer is to write their name as a remembrance in a book, recite it in the hearing of others, and wage war against them from generation to generation, and that will somehow blot them out from the memory, blot out the memory of this nation from under heaven.
I feel like I'm failing this test.
By the way, I should have said this before we started, but you guys should keep score at home too. So you tell me what you guys should all be keeping score of what points you would have gotten. Next question. When you buy a male Hebrew slave, how long can he serve you? A, you can't buy a male Hebrew slave because the Bible does not endorse slavery. B, 6 years. C, until his debt has been paid off. D, he can serve for as long or as little as he chooses because biblical slavery was not like modern slavery. Or E, just don't own slaves, period. Even if it was widespread and accepted for most of history, that doesn't make it right.
B.
Congratulations, you got the best answer, but it also gets you 0 points because it is the least Christian answer possible.
Dang, I'm failing this test.
What? Well, you're less than 50% Christian, so I would say that you're on the winning side so far. But you've been flirting with 50% a lot. What is the financial value of a slave's life? A, 50 shekels. B, 30 shekels. C, while there would ideally never be another slave anywhere in the world, their lives should never be seen as being worth any less than anyone else's. D, 1 ox. Or E, a carton of cigarettes.
How much I want to go with E, but it's probably A or B.
So which one?
I'd have to go with maybe B just to be on the safe side.
Congratulations, that is the perfect Christian answer, or the perfect biblical answer, I should say.
Yeah. Oh, great.
How should you introduce yourself to a hot young woman whom you've encountered at the well? A, place your hand under her thigh. B, show her that you're under God's covenant. C, maybe you should just try Tinder instead. D, force yourself on her and then give her father 50 shekels. Or E, kiss her and weep aloud.
It's put her hand under her hip.
I assume you mean thigh, but close enough. Unfortunately, the biblical answer is kiss her and weep aloud.
Oh man, I'm sexist, I guess.
If a country refuses to release God's people, what should happen to the firstborn children of that country's slaves? A, they should be circumcised. B, they should be sacrificed to Yahweh. C, they should die. D, they should die unless their parents convert to Judaism. Or E, nothing. There is no way for children, much less the children of slaves, to be responsible for the sins of the country's leadership.
A.
The full biblical answer is just that they should die.
Dang.
But I think 3 is probably the one, or A is probably the one that most Christians would pick if they don't want to admit what the text says. Who or what were the Nephilim? Were they A, giants? Were they B? The simple fact is that the Christian Bible provides no clear answer for this. You can infer more mythology about them by including the Apocrypha, especially the Book of Enoch. But there's still no firm consensus on exactly what or who the Nephilim were supposed to be. C, they were angels. D, they were the sons of God. Or E, they were a competing race of humans.
D.
So, technically speaking, I put in here 4 points for giants, even though the text does not say that they're giants. But I gave that the 4 points because that is what the vast majority of Christians claim, is that they are giants. But it does not say at all.
So, B.
What should be the punishment for seducing an unmarried virgin? A, he shall pay the bride price for her and marry her, unless the father refuses to give her to him, in which case he shall pay an amount equal to the bride price for virgins. B, forcing or even pressuring anyone to get married is disgusting. Any form of punishment for sex between consenting adults is barbaric, unless you listen to our previous caller. If one of the people was a minor, appropriate assault charges should be prosecuted. C, castrate him. D, execute him. Or E, banish him from the temple.
Castrating?
The biblical answer is that he shall pay the bride price for her and marry her unless the father refuses to give her to him, in which case he shall pay an amount equal to the bride price for virgins. How should you deal with someone who has struck a parent? A, execute them unless the parent had been physically abusing them. B, execute them, period. C, I gotta change that. It should be execute. Execute them if the blow was grievous. Otherwise, exile them from the community. D, execute them unless it was in self-defense. Or E, even if we grant the ethical basis of capital punishment, it should never even be considered if the striking of the parent did not lead to death. And even if it did, it should only be applied after careful consideration of all the factors that led up to the unfortunate event.
They get stoned.
So which one are you picking?
Well, you said punished instead of stoned.
Well, 4 of them explicitly, so none of them say stoned.
No.
Just to help you on this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I got lost out on that one. Because you said punished instead of stoned. A.
So the biblical answer is just B, to execute them, period. Now, to be clear, I know where you're going with the stoning thing that gets brought up a lot in the Pentateuch. In this particular case, it does not say that they are to be stoned. It says that the penalty is death. We can probably assume that the penalty to bring about the death would probably be stoning, but it does not explicitly call for stoning as it does in other passages. What should you do with someone who has intercourse with an animal? A, while bestiality is one of the most revolting acts that a human can perform, meting out the death penalty for this would only match barbarity with revulsion. B, force them to pay 30 shekels and marry the animal. C, send them off to live amongst the Canaanites. D, execute them. Or E, banish them to the wilderness.
Are we talking about sleeping with animals?
Yes, we are.
Oh, gross. Gross.
I'm sure that our previous caller would tell you that it's every bit as bad as LGBT relations.
Oh, that's gross. I'm sorry. I don't know how to answer that one.
You just want me.
That's just gross.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to put A because it's gross, but I mean, killing the person is probably. But the biblical answer is execute them. How would an omnibenevolent God deal with the disappointment of seeing his people worship a false idol? A, reevaluate the flaws in his own creation and determine how best to correct his own mistakes. B, brutally kill 1/10 of them while the others watch, making it clear that they will be next if they don't start acting right. C, torture them relentlessly for 30 days, but then give them another chance after they beg for mercy. D, allow his wrath to burn hot against them, consume them, and then start over with his one faithful leader. Or E, you cannot actively plan to wipe out nearly every one of your followers while still owning the omnibenevolent label, even if those followers truly did screw up.
I'm going with B.
All right, B. So B is That is the middle of the road answer. The biblical answer is allow his wrath to burn hot against them, consume them, and then start over with his one faithful leader, which is absolutely what Yahweh wanted to do after the golden calf. The only reason he did not is because Moses talked him down from it.
Right, he did. I forgot about that.
All right, should you lie or bear false witness? A, you should only lie when Yahweh commands you to do so or sends a lying spirit to you. B, you shall not bear false witness against anyone at any time. C, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. D, you shall not bear false witness against anyone who treats you in a neighborly fashion. Or D, no, you should not lie, but every society has different guidelines for what constitutes a just or unjust bending of the truth. The Bible's guidance on this is cursory and often contradictory.
C.
That is the biblical answer.
Oh, sheesh.
Now you are more than 50% Christian.
Gosh, I hope not, because this stories are ridiculous anyway.
If a country refuses to release God's people, what should happen to the firstborn children of prisoners who are in that country's dungeons? A, nothing. There is no way for children, much less the children of prisoners, to be responsible for the sins of the country's leadership. B, they should die unless their parents convert to Judaism. C, they should die. D, they should be circumcised. Or E, they should be sacrificed to Yahweh.
I think that's an obvious E.
Unfortunately, the biblical answer is just that they should die.
Close.
What should you do if your sister has been raped by the son of the mayor? A, kill every male in the city, including the mayor and his son. Plunder the city, taking the flocks, herds, donkeys, and whatever was in the field. Take all the wealth. Treat the children and the wives as prey. B, call on Yahweh to destroy the city. C, seek justice against the mayor's son and do everything you can to get help for your sister. D, rape a woman who is close to the mayor's son as prescribed by an eye for an eye. Or E, kill the mayor's son. You there, John?
Well, they're supposed to get circumcised. I would go with E. Because they ended up getting killed in that one, I think, if I remember correctly.
Fortunately, the biblical answer is that you should kill every male in the city, plunder the city, take the flocks, the herds, the donkeys, and whatever was in the field, take all the wealth, treat the children and the wives as prey.
Darn.
Where in the world were Jews or / Israelites allowed to live? A, they were required to move from any location if the temperature ever dropped below freezing. B, they could only live in Israel. C, while there is no explicit limitation given, if the mere act of kindling a fire was deserving of the death penalty, this means that, as a practical matter, they wouldn't be able to live anywhere too far from the equator, since freezing temperatures would have reduced them to huddling together for warmth under blankets for 1 out of every 7 days. D, they could only live in the Mediterranean. Or E, the Bible gives no restrictions on where they could live.
Ooh, I don't think I know this story. Ooh, I don't know this story very well.
I'll tell you where I pulled this from after you
I don't know
answer.
where this is.
It's not a story per se, but I'll explain it when you answer.
I guess E.
So that is the biblical answer because there are no restrictions on where they could live. But I put this in here because in Exodus 35, verse 3, it specifically says in the portion where they're talking about what you can or cannot do on the Sabbath, which pretty much says you can't do a damn thing on the Sabbath, it explicitly tells you can't not even kindle a fire. Now it doesn't say it doesn't just say you can't go get wood for the fire. Even if you had the wood in your house, you can't kindle a fire. So logically, they never could have lived anywhere under the law that was even reasonably cold in the winter because they would just be fucked every Sunday or every Saturday, I guess, because that was their Sabbath.
Or Friday night, according to the Seventh-day Adventist.
Right, yep. If you plan to kill your child as a burnt offering, how should you carry it out? A, kill them in their sleep so they don't realize what has happened. B, blindfold them so they don't realize that you're about to kill them. C, check yourself into the nearest mental health facility and find a new religion. D, dress up as Satan so their last memory won't be of their own supposedly righteous father, killing them in the name of the supposedly righteous God. Or E, have them carry the wood that will be used for their own death and lie to them about your true intentions.
I know that story very well. That is E.
You are correct, sir. That is the biblical answer for how you should treat your son, who you are about to kill in the name of God.
Oh gosh, I know that story very well. Oh, it's...
After killing Abel, Cain laments that I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and anyone who meets me may kill me. Who specifically does he fear will kill him? Is it A, the vengeful spirit of Abel? B, apparently his not yet born siblings and their descendants? C, no one. If we're to believe this narrative, there was no one else on earth but Cain's parents at this point, and it's quite a stretch to think that they'd kill him, even in light of his crime. D, Adam, because he brought Cain into this world and he can take him out. Or E, Eve. She may have been his mother, but that hoe was shady as hell.
Somewhat know this story. I mean, I've read Genesis, but fall asleep in it every time. Because it's such a boring story. It really is. So boring. Yeah, every time I watch Genesis, I fall asleep. I can't even make it through Genesis half the time.
That's why we have the quiz, so you don't actually have to read it.
I had to go with an answer. Daddy can take him out of the world.
I like that one. Unfortunately, the biblical answer is just apparently his not yet born siblings and their descendants, because there really was no one else there to kill him.
No, there wasn't.
What should be the punishment for a slave owner who beats their slave with a rod and the slave dies from their wounds 3 days later? A, he must pay double for a replacement slave. B, no punishment. It's a valuable teaching moment for his other slaves. C, he should be publicly mocked by the other slave owners in the community. D, do not own slaves. And if you do, for the love of Jebus, do not ever beat them. And if you do, you are a subhuman pig, and the authorities should punish you severely. Or E, no punishment. The slave is the owner's property.
As far as I know, he gets put to death, if I remember correctly. Gets punished?
That is not an option.
No. It's I know it's one of them. Because if that person dies, he's supposed to get punished. It's one of the is it one of the upper ones? A, B, or C?
Come on, pick one, John.
Which one is the most punishing one on there for death? C?
Okay,
No.
C?
That's, I guess, C. No, that's no punishment.
Unfortunately, the answer is no punishment. The slave is the owner's property. If the slave dies in the first couple days, then he's punished. But if the slave survives for a couple days and then dies, that's no punishment. So if you're going to beat your slaves with a rod, just make sure that they survive at least 3 days. That's the lesson that we are to learn from the omnibenevolent, all-loving God who is Yahweh. It's not that you can't own slaves. It's not that you can't beat them. It's not that you can't beat them with a rod. But if you own slaves and you beat them with a rod, you just have to make sure that you don't beat them so severely that they die in the first 2 days.
Right.
This is called morality. How many people will know the name of Yahweh based upon plagues that he has beset only upon the nation of Egypt? Will it be A, the people of Egypt and perhaps some populations in neighboring countries? B, everyone who has ever been to the Levant? C, everyone across the entire earth? D, everyone who is Jewish? Or E, everyone who believes in Jesus? John, you there?
I'm there. E?
No, I'm sorry. Although that's probably the answer that Christians would give. The biblical answer is everyone across the entire earth will know the name of Yahweh because he sent plagues upon one country in Egypt. So you know that everyone in North and South America and Australia and East Asia all knew the name of Yahweh because of what he did to Egypt, according to the Bible.
I just found out about Yahweh a few years ago.
Well, you need to learn about Egyptian plagues, apparently.
I'm sorry?
As you need to learn more about Egyptian plagues.
Apparently I do.
How should an omnipotent God deal with a population that has become wicked? A, lead by example. B, understand that if your answer to the failings of a mortal and limited species is to kill all of them, along with all of the animals, then the problem does not lie in the supposedly failed species or in the animals. C, teach them to do better. D, blot them out from the earth, along with the animals and the creeping things and the birds. Or E, write a holy book with better guidelines and start over.
I like that answer, but I think it's D.
It is D. That is what the Bible teaches us.
I like E better.
Whose fault is it that Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit? A, It's E's fault, obviously, because you can never trust a woman. B, it's humanity's fault because we are sinful creatures by nature. C, it's Satan's fault because if you're going to stick Satan into a story that never even mentions him, I hope you're at least doing it to leverage his mythologically evil nature as a plot device. D, it's Yahweh's fault. He created the universe. He created the serpent. He created the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve obviously had no knowledge of good and evil because they hadn't yet eaten from the tree. Yahweh knew how all of this would play out from the beginning, and yet he did it anyway. Or E, it's Adam's fault because he should have known how to keep his woman in line.
I know they're gonna go with D.
That's your answer?
D, even though I want to go with C. I'm going with D.
Okay. I'm sorry. You have actually picked the perfect non-Christian atheist answer. The Christian answer is it's humanity's fault because we are sinful creatures by nature.
Dang.
Potiphar's wife wanted to do the nasty with Joseph. Why would that be a great wickedness and a sin against God? Was it A, because sleeping with slaves or with those over whom you have great power is a form of statutory assault that is, at a minimum, unethical, regardless of whether the enslaved communicates consent? Is it B, because she was Potiphar's possession and you can't sleep with another man's possession? Was it C, because slaves can never sleep with their owners? Was it D, because Hebrews cannot sleep with Gentiles? Or was it E, because Potiphar's wife was a two-bagger?
I have no answer for that. E?
Unfortunately, while she may have been ugly, I don't know. The biblical answer is because she was Potiphar's possession, and you can't sleep with another man's possession. We'll do a few more of these. I don't want to go through the whole list tonight.
That's fine.
How was a perfect God corrected when he petulantly planned to wipe out nearly every one of his followers? A, Moses called upon Baal to show up and smack some sense into Yahweh. I'd love to see that. B, a perfect God doesn't need a mortal imperfect man to act like the adult in the room, point out the obvious negative consequences of his rash compulsions, and calm him down from a genocidal rage. C, Moses hugged Yahweh and sang him a soothing lullaby. D, Moses dropped his trousers, pointed to his circumcised cock, and reminded Yahweh that he had a covenant with all of the people that he was about to murder. Or E, Moses reminded Yahweh of the covenants he'd be breaking and explained how bad this would make him look in the eyes of foreigners.
I'm gonna go with A. Just for the hell of it.
That's not a bad answer. Unfortunately, the biblical answer was E. Moses had to be the adult in the room and explain this is going to make you look bad, dude.
Oh, jeez.
Why was the Tower of Babel destroyed and the people scattered? A, because Yahweh feared that nothing they proposed would be impossible for them. B, because they had the audacity to build a tower and to cooperate. C, because the structure they were building was inherently unsafe. D, because ancient Hebrews wanted to craft an etiology to explain the plethora of languages in the world? Or E, because they arrogantly challenged God?
That was E.
That is one of the common Christian answers. Unfortunately, the text just says that because Yahweh feared that nothing they proposed would be impossible for them. But Christians often demand that it was because they were arrogantly challenging God.
I've always heard.
What should be the punishment for male and female sorcerers? A. Force them into a life and death battle of sorcerers. B. Fine the man 30 shekels. Fine the woman 100 shekels. C. Execute the female sorcerer. No punishment for the male sorcerer. D. Sorcery isn't real, but to the extent that anyone wants to practice it, there should be no penalties whatsoever, assuming that they harm no one and violate no one else's rights in the process. And finally, E, execute them both.
Well, I'm going to execute them both, E.
This is probably gonna, I think I've even seen a few answers here in the chat. This is probably gonna throw a few people off. The biblical answer is execute the female sorcerer. No punishment for the male sorcerer. Now, to be fair, there are several other places in the Pentateuch where they talk about divination and black magic of sorts. I forget the terms that they use. And in those ones, and in those other places, they do not delineate between male and female. But in Exodus, the closest translation that we have is sorcerer. And in Exodus, it just says, you should not allow a female sorcerer to live.
Right.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end our quiz, partially because I can tell once again we're getting that weird thing where I get more feedback. It's like it builds up on your phone. It's really strange. But then again, we've also gone through 32 questions. So
Right.
You are unfortunately 55% Christian, John.
No wonder.
I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, but you are 55.5% Christian. So we're going to pray for you and hope that we can cure that.
Right, because I am borderline. I'm very, very borderline right now still. It's sad I know some of that stuff.
I'm going to put you on mute here just because I'm getting all that feedback back. I'm not cutting you off right now, but I mean, probably if we want to keep talking, you should call back. But I'm going to mute you here. I'm going to mention that I like JR in the comments says Solomon practiced some sorcery. He absolutely did, and we're about to hit that in God-Free Bible Study. I'm very excited to hit that because I think that actually, yeah, music, please. Well, first of all, we're gonna do a few sound things. So first of all, big round for John. Good job, John. I mean, you know, I could also be a little cruel about this and say, dude, you're like 55% Christian. What the fuck, man? Like, you know, but I'm trying to be, you know, I could even annotate 55% Christian as. But then again, you could have been a lot more Christian than that, which would have been even worse. So I guess we have to go with the approval here. So John is only 55% Christian. Good on him. And we're also going to do a quick prayer here because Dear Jeebus, we have in our midst someone who unfortunately is 55% wayward. According to the scientific empirical study that I have created through your divine inspiration, we have now quantified that John, according to this scientific study, is 55% fucked up in the head. So we're asking you in your holy name to fix him and get him to 0%. Because every point you get on this quiz indicates that you're a little fucked up. We don't want John to be fucked up. We like John. He's a kind of a good guy sometimes ish. I mean, he's better than the last caller. Okay, let's just leave it at that. He's better than the last caller. I don't know if we can say much more for him, but he's better than the last caller, which is such a low bar. That's such a low bar, but he is better than the last caller. And right now we can see that John has 55% fucked up pain in his head. And we need you to bring him to 0%. Fix his aberrant brain. Show him logic. In Jesus' name, everyone hold hands. I know you can't touch anyone, but put your hands out. The Spirit will connect you. I want to see everyone holding their hands, praying for John right now. John, we hope that we can cure this 55% horrible part of your brain. I have so much hope for you, man. And if not, if you can't fix John, then instead we ask that you send him to the eternal pit of hell and subject him to eternal conscious torment. Because if you can't fix him, then what he deserves is eternal conscious torment. He deserves to burn in the hellfire for all eternity, while me and the rest of the Skepticus viewers watch him from heaven and wave and say, John, I can see your house from here, as you're screaming in pain and torture. And we can even show you how much we're having cool, refreshing water, delicious wine, nice cocktails, and we'll wave at you and we'll wish that you were a better person. And we'll love you, even though you're a horrible piece of shit who deserves to burn forever in eternal conscious torment. I pray all of this in Jesus' name. Amen. Can you feel the love, everyone?
Boy.
55, man. I mean, like I said, it could be worse. You could be the last caller.
I have to try more on these questions. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
That was terrible.
I like JR says here, now let's eat. Yeah, now let's eat a piece of Jesus's body. Now let's all grab a piece of Jesus's body and barbecue it. Because do you think Jesus eats lamb? Would that be cannibalistic if Jesus eats lamb? Like would that be wrong? Could you imagine you go up to heaven and he's roasting a lamb? Like, dude, like, would that be kind of gross, or would that be like what you'd expect? Because Israelites love some lamb, but I mean, for Jesus to eat lamb was like be borderline cannibal, you know? I don't know. I know I've got you on mute there, John.
That's all right. I feel terrible. Yeah, on the other side there, I thought.
Well, I also gotta say, John, you know, like, we normally don't roll this way, but after that last caller, it's got my mind going, and I'm looking at you on camera, and I'm like, I like me some John. You know?
Oh my gosh.
All right, John, because you have all the feedback building up, I'm going to go ahead and hang up on you. You can call back, but it seems to build up on your phone after a while. So I'm going to hang up on you, but I don't want you to feel like it was rude, like, you know.
Yeah, I gotta head to the shower anyway.
All right. Yeah, please do, you dirty ass. You know.
Later.
All right. Thanks, man.
Night.
So, kudos to John for being the first guinea pig on the How Christian Are You quiz. I don't know if John realized that he's 55% Christian, you know, but he can fix it over time. I have faith in him. If we keep praying to Jeebus, we'll get him down below 50% at least, you know. Now, I'm saying this laughing because I know you can take the quiz one of two ways, right? You can take it the logical way, or you can take it the way like, what does the Bible actually say? You know, or you can take it, what do I think as a Christian? You can take it kind of three different ways. You can take it as a biblical quiz, and I put the verses up here. I know some Christians will not agree with what I pulled from the text, but I put the verses up here so you can see what I'm referencing here. So you can take it as, what does the Bible say? You can take it as, what do I think as a Christian, which should normally get you to about 3 out of 4 points on everyone if you do it that way. Or you could take it as like, I'm not a gross individual and I actually want to say what makes the most logical or moral sense, in which case you should be far closer to 0%. So you can kind of take it like 3 different ways you can take the quiz. And of course we went through 32 questions there. I didn't want to sit there and, you know, have him with 127 questions, because just Exodus and Genesis, I have 127 questions. But I think it's a good way to annotate the logic or lack thereof of some of these. Of course, some of these you guys are going to recognize, but then some of them, I think even Christians sometimes would not know where I'm going with these. So let me go through a few of these and see. Obviously, some of these are just inferred, because like when it says, when the spokesman for an enslaved population, when the spokesman for an enslaved population want to speak directly to the monarch, how should they go about getting an audience? Of course, the text doesn't say how they should do it, but it tells you how they did it. It tells you how Yahweh planned it. It tells you Yahweh's argument, like, oh, I'm just going to send these 2 guys. He's the omnipotent creator God of the universe. And how does he choose to speak to all the other Israelites? He tells Moses to speak for him. How does he choose to speak directly to Pharaoh? He sends Moses and Aaron to speak to them. So, this is JR. Why would you give the biblical reference if you weren't not wanting the biblical answer? I mean, I don't know exactly where you're going with that, JR. I mean, I would say I don't want anything. I mean, if anything, I mean, I gave the most points for the biblical answers. So I don't agree with most of the biblical answers morally or ethically. I think that most of the biblical answers are patently disgusting, which is, of course, part of the reason for this quiz. But I also gave them the most points, because if you want to tell me that you know the Bible, or what the Bible says, or what the Bible infers according to its teachings, then here are the verses that tell you what it does. And you could argue with me and you could say, well, that's not what the verse says, you know, because Christians will always do that shit. But I can point to the verse, which is why every time you choose one of these answers, so like, let's see, it's like, how should they go about getting an audience? So here, because according to the Bible, that's what the Bible says. It just says they walked in and talked to Pharaoh, you know? I mean, you can infer that maybe they had other channels or back channels. You can infer that maybe they went through some other process. But as far as what the Bible tells us, it tells us that they just walked up and started talking to Pharaoh. And then even after everything started going horribly and the plagues started coming, they just kept coming up and talking to Pharaoh. And the whole time, I didn't think you were saying it adversarially, Jr. But to your point, because I'm trying to honestly answer your question, you're saying, why would you give the biblical reference? Because ultimately, I want anyone who wants to challenge me on this. If anyone said that's not what the Bible says, it's like, okay, let's pull up Exodus 5:1 and see what it says. I don't expect that a lot of people are going to challenge me on this, because most people won't take the quiz unless they are probably already kind of aligned with my way of thinking anyway. Most Christians won't even get past the first couple questions if they ever got here. If they ever got here, they wouldn't get past the first couple questions before they get pissed off, right? Because they'd be like, oh, this is horrible, you're an apostate, whatever. But just in case, I did absolutely want to put the biblical references so that people could see. I didn't make this shit up. I didn't sit here and just come up with I came up with some of the answers off the top of my head, right? Because some of them I'm kind of being funny or, sarcastic or whatever. But I didn't sit here and just pull up all these quiz questions because I just want to make Christians look bad. No, I pulled all these up from the readings that I had already done in God-Free Bible Study. So one of the nice things of doing God-Free Bible Study is I already have all these notes. And then I could sit there and go through the notes and look at all of these observations that I had. Okay, I have to give you credit, JR. This is good. I have to give JR credit for this. So JR says, I don't know. That sounds a bit bigoted. Nice callback. I do appreciate a good callback. So I think that's pretty funny. I'm going to hit the restroom really quick. I know it's getting late, but obviously you guys can leave me at any time, but don't leave me if you think we're winding down, because I have more shit to tell. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and I'll be hang out. If anyone leaves, I will send the Holy Ghost to your house to kill your firstborn son. Okay, that sounds horrible. That sounds Christian. Okay, I'm not going to do a Christian thing. If you leave, I will send the Holy Ghost to your house to just be an asshole. Okay, we won't kill anyone. I'm not Christian. There we go. Okay. We're back. Okay, one person left. I'm seeing the number. Okay, somebody is going to get visited by the Holy Ghost tonight, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty at all, I'll tell you. I don't know what will happen, but it's not going to be good. I'll tell you something, though, with Fuckboy, calling in earlier 4 times. I think this is going to be the first time that I'm going to clip that and make a little video about it. Because, when you watch Justin at Deconstruction Zone or John Cohen or Joel Reads Bible, they'll do the live streams, of course. But then if you watch their channel, they'll clip some of the greatest troll shit, right? And I'm definitely going to clip that fuckboy and turn him into a little video too, because he was a real piece of work. Okay, moving on. We have quite the storm outside. It's spooky. Lovely. Yeah, Michael. Definitely going to make it short. Got to make it short out of that too. And, you know, with the content of his calls too, I mean, generically speaking, I'll just say, yeah, he's a troll. You always wonder, like, with people like that, was there any part of that he actually believes? Like, was he truly trolling? Like he's just like how, watch, I'm going to piss someone off for the fun of it? Or does he actually believe that shit? I mean, I get a sense like he actually believes some of the shit that he was saying, but I don't know. Some of these trolls don't believe anything they're saying. You know, some of these, and the fact that he got such a hard on for solipsism in the first couple calls, that right away makes me think he's just a complete troll. But I don't know. Maybe he believes this shit. Who knows? But the whole, I thought he was going to go down like a whole, I don't know. He did mention about natural shit, natural, unnatural. But, you know, when you go down the whole reproduction thing with sex, which, like I said before, is like a very old school Catholic way to look at these things. Thank you, JR. Appreciate it. Like, who? I know there are people who think this way, but like. You really think that I don't, well, okay, I know I'm sitting here babbling a lot and not making sense. Here's the deal. Any religious person that I have ever heard try to take this rhetorical path about reproduction and about how they supposedly want to make a claim that there's something wrong with LGBT sex because it's never going to lead to reproduction. It's like, if you know them well enough, not a single fucking one of them believes it. None of them believe it. It's nothing more than a talking point that they have glommed onto because they feel like it buys them some sort of rhetorical benefit. And here's why I say that they don't believe it. Because if you could spy on their innermost moments, they all like blowjobs or oral, you know, men and women. They all like oral. They all, if they're not trying to procreate right now, they all like birth control. Even the most conservative, hypocritical assholes in the world, even the ones, because there are conservatives out there who want to ban birth control. But even if they did that, even if they somehow banned birth control, they would still find a way to want to have the birth control when they wanted it. Because anyone who tries to go down this stupid path of talking about LGBT bad because it doesn't lead to procreation, they are just latching onto any sad, lame, biological excuse that they can glom onto. It used to be, yeah, Michael, not all sex is about making babies, obviously. It used to be that you would hear, when I was younger, I would hear more of the conservatives do this rallying cry where they'd say, oh, it's not natural. And then they would even go so far as to say that we are the only species on Earth that has same-sex relations. And when I was really young, at least as far as I knew, that was somewhat of a tenable position, because back in the 70s and 80s, as far as I know, I could be misinformed on this, but I don't think we knew back then, like, okay, how are other species across the earth getting down? Is it always purely for procreation? But of course, we have learned very well now that across the animal kingdom, There is a ton of sex going on that has nothing to do with procreation. There is same sex that goes on within many species. But even with sex that's not same sex, there are times when animals are not fertile, but they will still have sex. We have been able to quantify that sex takes place in other species for a number of different reasons that often has nothing to do with procreation. So because of those more robust observations from the scientific community, many of the hardcore conservative evangelicals have been forced to back off of that. Now, there are still some hardcore evangelicals that will still keep, just stubbornly holding on to this position that, it's not natural. Some of them even still will ignorantly claim that we are the only species on Earth that has same-sex relations. But most of them have backed off that now because they have been forced to back off it, because even the most ignorant, arrogant, conservative assholes have learned that, that's not true. There are other species that have same-sex relations. There are other species that are documented to have intersex relations that aim rhetorical conservative talking points over time. I'll give you another example of this. When I was very young, I never heard creationists talk about micro versus macro evolution. They just hated evolution, period. Now, I'm not saying that no one back in the 70s or 80s was talking about this, but my recollection is that they were just anti-evolution, period. And now they talk about microevolution versus macroevolution, which is not a distinction that any scientist acknowledges or even understands. Even a creationist can't tell you what the difference is between micro and macroevolution. It's all just something that they made up in their mind. But why did they make that switch? Well, they made the switch because, especially over the last 20, 30, 40 years, we have been able to document in controlled scientific settings that small changes in species over time occur. We can prove it, like we can do it in laboratories. We can observe it in the wild. We know it happens. Now, does that mean that we have scientific doubts about so-called macroevolution? No. There is no intelligent, reasonable scientist on Earth who actually thinks that macroevolution isn't a thing. Because anyone who understands what evolution is knows that it's all small changes in time, from one generation to the next, and over many generations, over the course of deep time, you get massive changes that lead to entirely different species. But, back when you had the Scopes trial, right? Not that I wasn't alive for the Scopes trial, but in the Scopes trial, what was it, Tennessee, I think, with Darrow. Darrow was the famous person, the famous lawyer defending evolution. And in the Scopes trial, there was no discussion of micro versus macro evolution. It was a trial on one side to fight the intellectual acknowledgement that evolution even exists. That was what it was for whether it could be taught in schools. But the real thing that they were fighting for was to try to deny that evolution on any level exists. And then, of course, eventually, not only did they lose the trial, but then they had to acknowledge that evolution exists, but now they can break it down into micro versus macro, which again is a made-up distinction in their head that no scientist even knows what that means. No creationist knows what that means. Here's another word that creationists literally can't define for you, even though they use it over and over and over again. The word is kind. They've latched onto that because they'll say, different species evolved, but we've never seen a change in kind. They can't actually tell you what is the definition of kind because there is not a definition for it. It's a distinction that they made up that means literally nothing. It's not scientific. It has no basis in reality. It's just something that they made in their minds so that they can acknowledge the observed facts of evolution on a species level, but they can still pick some imaginary line to say, oh, but we've never seen a changing kind. In other words, they just make shit up. They retreat and make up a new line and then use that as their new talking point for years or decades. It gets so tiring. Guy on Ashkenazi plantation. I have no idea what that means. No idea what that means. Okay, what are we doing now? Let's go through more comments. Unless someone wants to call in. And like I said early in the live stream, this week, one of the things I'm going to do is, apparently I think it's kind of important to maybe get some content on TikTok. Not because I care about TikTok. I really don't. But TikTok becomes another avenue by which you can get not just viewers, but callers. And if you guys, I know some of you guys were on my impromptu live stream on Saturday. And there was a gentleman, I forget his name. He emailed me. I have to email him back. He was in Russia. And he explained to me why it's probably good to get on TikTok. Not because I care about TikTok per se. But he said that when you're on TikTok, it's easier for people to like hit one button and call in. So I think you probably get more callers when you're on TikTok because it's easier for those people just to boom, hit, and then they're called in. So I'll be doing that this week, amongst other things. Not that I didn't enjoy Kaj calling in 4 times with his incredibly racist, or not racist, incredibly bigoted. I'm sorry. I did not mean racist, although he's probably racist too, but it says, Michael, you have to start TikTok account and start posting soon so you'll be able to go live. Yeah, so here's the funny thing, Michael. So let me put that up so you guys know what I'm talking about. Again, I don't know if you saw, I know, Michael, you were with me. I think you were with me for a little while on Saturday's impromptu stream. But if you just join TikTok, just as a new user, and then you say, I want to stream, they have this thing where you're supposed to have like 1,000 followers on TikTok to stream, which is a little weird because on YouTube, you need a 1,000 subscribers in order to get monetized. But you can start streaming on YouTube like almost immediately. Like you can just set up an account and just start streaming. I don't think there's any limits to it whatsoever. But on TikTok, they say you're supposed to have 1,000 followers before you can stream. But the flip side of that is, I guess, if you set up an account, I have an account, but I haven't posted anything to it. I guess if you set up an account and you start putting a few videos up there, like whatever, who cares? Just put a few videos up. Apparently you can ping them and say, hey, I haven't hit 1,000 followers, but I have a YouTube channel that has a bunch of followers. And, I guess you can ask them to basically give you a pass because you already have a presence on YouTube. And I did that on TikTok like a week and a half ago or something, but I've gotten no answer from them. But I think it's because even though I asked them to set up my streaming on TikTok, I haven't posted anything on TikTok. So the guy I was talking to on the live stream on Saturday, he said, yeah, you still have to post a few videos or whatever, like just to let them know you're, I don't know, like a real person or you're serious or something. So I have videos like, shorts I can already post up there. Whether anyone sees them or not, I don't know. But, I can start posting a few things there just to try to get their attention and then ask them again, like, can I get set up so that I can stream simultaneously on TikTok. So we'll be doing that. The flip side is, I'd be happy to have more callers. The flip side is, that's always a blessing and a curse, right? Because even though nothing that happened tonight was on TikTok, I'll probably get more callers like Cash or Kaj, whatever. We'll get more trolls, more people, Phil Bros, want to argue about solipsism, and then want to call up and just immediately start immediately want to talk about how gay people bad, and LGBT is bad and everything. All sex should be for procreation. Like, every time I say that, every time I think that, you guys heard me, dude, have you ever given someone an orgasm? Like you really, anytime someone goes down that bullshit conservative lie, because it is a lie, they're completely full of shit, because they can talk all day about how they want to swear that sex is only for procreation, but damn well when they get in a bedroom with someone who they're into, and I'm not even trying to say that he's gay or something. Like, let's just say he gets some woman in a bed he's into. Of course he wants to have oral. Of course he wants to screw her without getting pregnant. I mean, this is human nature, and we can argue about what it takes to get to heaven, right? That's a theological discussion about, depending on your beliefs and all that. Even if we're all Christians, we can argue about what it takes to get to heaven. We can talk about this passage or that passage or whatever. But if you want to argue to me that I don't want to have sex unless it can lead to procreation, you're lying. You're just a liar. There is no person on earth that I've ever met who always, every time, only wants to have sex if it can absolutely lead to procreation. There are some people who want kids more than others. There are some people who are already married in a traditional conservative relationship, so they're trying. But if you tell me that every single time you get off, you want it to lead to, hopefully, impregnation, you're a fucking liar. I mean, show me a guy who doesn't like a blowjob. I mean, seriously, I've never met a single human man that can honestly say he doesn't want a blowjob. That doesn't exist. I mean, there are guys who like oral more than others or less than others. But if you are trying to tell me that you're sticking to this idea that the only reason to have sex is for procreation, you're a liar. You're just a gross liar. It was funny, though, to see his reaction to when I said bigot. Wasn't it? Like, he quickly bowed up on that, didn't he? Like, he calls up like he's going to pretend to have this intellectual conversation, and then as soon as I said, yeah, you're a bigot, like, he got up in his feels real quick, which was kind of interesting. Okay, going back to comments. This was interesting because I thought it was unusual for my channel to get this kind of feedback. You'll see what I'm talking about. Put this on screen. So Easy Wind is replying to, I think, my most recent prophecy failure video. And they say, your reference to Jesus's scrotum was unnecessarily provocative. I have viewed many of your videos. This is the first time I have had a problem with something that you said. This betrayed a measure of anger. Doesn't help your point. Have you heard of Bart Ehrman? He is a Bible scholar who abandoned his faith. He has published many books you may enjoy. Now, first of all, of course, I've heard of Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman is awesome. I could say a few words about him, but I assume all of my viewers have seen or know who Bart Ehrman is, or have probably watched some of his videos, etc. But this comment from him I thought was kind of funny. Remember earlier where the person said that he claimed that I said something that I didn't say. I'm trying to remember what the word was, but I can't. But let me pull this up real quick. Because when you hear this, I think you'll see why I was kind of mildly surprised by this comment. So,
fashion. Kings never got crucified. Historical record. Let's even put this in a very simpler fashion. Kings never got crucified. High priests never got crucified. Jesus was not a king. He was not a high priest.
Give me a second.
And he absolutely qualified on no level to be part of the order of Melchizedek. This entire thing is just stupid. But we're not done with this passage because, like I said, you can call him your savior, you can call him Big Kahuna, you can call him my favorite.
Okay, let me do this. I'm going to pull it up just so we have the audio going properly through this. So let me grab my window, which is here, and then give me a second here. So this is 1930. There we go. So you should be able to hear this properly. I just want you to hear. You, I know it's getting boring, but you'll see why I'm bringing this up. Do this.
King all day long. You can call him as the king of nothing. He's the king of righteousness. Well, guess what? Jesus was the king of nothing. You can call him your king all day long. You can call him your savior. You can call him Big Kahuna. You can call him my favorite dude ever. You can lick his nutsack every which way that makes you happy. But he was never a king of anything.
So I just bring this up because this comment to me was kind of interesting because he says, I have viewed many of your videos. This is the first time. Well, he says, your reference to Jesus' scrotum was unnecessarily provocative. I have viewed many of your videos. This is the first time I have had a problem with something that you said. Now, to be fair, did I say something that was a little uncouth? Yeah, I referenced Jesus' nutsack. Okay. Is it a proud moment? No, but I just thought it was funny because this person claims to have watched many of my videos, and this was the moment that they said, oh, I need to get in the comments and let them know about this. Like, I guess nothing else I've said in my videos before. And occasionally I've dropped the F-bomb, even in the pre-recorded videos. I say ass, I say shit, like I don't try to be over the top, really nasty in my language. But then again, sometimes I just kind of let fly with my thoughts. So I thought it was funny that this is what he landed on, was the fact that in the middle of this little diatribe, I talked about you can be on Jesus' nutsack if you want, but that was what he found to be a bridge too far. That was too much. That was the point where he had to let me know that, dude, that was not cool. So, I mean, I respect it. Like if that bothers you, then all right, fine. But I can't really say it's going to make me change anything because if anything, that was one of the weaker things that I've said in almost any of my videos. So like, wow, that's what we're glomming onto right now. Okay. Okay. I mean, I appreciate you letting me know, but it was just kind of weird that that's what you thought was a bridge too far. Okay. Let me pull up the next here. So this is Dan Fradin. And Dan says, this is another one from the prophecy stuff. He says, honestly, when I heard there were so many Old Testament prophecies fulfilled by Jesus, I really thought there would be clearer verses. This series is eye-opening. So this is why I'm going to kind of convert this series to being something that we do in live streams in the future, because I want to get on my my reference site here, and I'm going to put in a whole new little section or module where we just list all of these prophecies by Jesus, and I just put more of a description about why they are fantasy bullshit. So if you guys have been on a lot of my live streams before, you might remember that on Easter, I went through a huge number of the prophecies. In fact, I went through all of them that weren't from Psalm, the book of Psalms. And then on another live stream a few weeks later, I went through all of them from the book of Psalms. But still, even when you do it like that, you end up like the Easter show was a 9-hour show where I went through basically 250 prophecies en masse. And I'm happy with the job that I did going through them. But still, who was sitting there for the entire 9 hours following everyone? So since the individual episodes that I tried where I'm like, here's me doing one quick episode on this one bullshit prophecy, since those don't seem to get a lot of love, instead, I think I'm going to do these as live streams, probably on my normal Tuesday night. And we'll sit here and annotate this stuff on the skepticus.info site so that at least then I can say, look, I went through every one of these and I gave details as to why each one of these is bullshit. And I didn't just talk through them in 30 seconds or whatever. Like, I will write down this one is bullshit for these 3 or 4 or 5 reasons. And then we'll move to the next verse and I'll say this one is bullshit for these 5 or 6 or 7 reasons. And I will do this over and over again as we go through all 351 of them. We won't do it in one night because, I mean, to do it in one night, it would have to be like a 14-hour live stream. We're not going to do that, but we'll probably do it in a series over, 3, 4, 5 weeks or something. And we'll do other stuff. We won't make that the only thing that we do in the live stream. But I feel kind of adamant about this because when you get into this whole subject of the supposed bullshit fantasy idea of all of the prophecies that Jesus fulfilled, it is such a blatant, unapologetic lie, pun intended with apologetics, but a blatant, unapologetic lie to where they pull up these things, these so-called bullshit prophecies, and the majority of them aren't even close to being prophecies at all. Like, you guys will remember, I went through this list mostly on Easter. Let me see if I can pull this up. So here's an example of it. So 351 Old Testament prophecies fulfilled in Jesus. And it's not like these are 351 prophecies that a really ordinary skeptic can say, well, I don't think Jesus fulfilled that. No, they're not prophecies. They're not even trying to be prophecies. They're just verses that they pulled out of the Old Testament, like with no connection whatsoever. And then they have the audacity to say, look, if you squint hard enough, this verse is a prophecy for Jesus and he fulfilled it. I mean, every single one of these are stupid. There are a handful that I can kind of give credit for as being not a horrible stretch. And the only ones that I think are not a horrible stretch are the ones from Isaiah 53 regarding the word I'm looking for, the servant, the suffering servant. The suffering servant is not about Jesus. It has never been about Jesus. And I'm going to do a whole episode at some point in the future just going through the suffering servant, because the suffering servant is a really lame and bad attempt to try to map shit from the Old Testament onto Jesus. But I will at least give it credit that when you pull certain verses out of context from Isaiah 53 about the suffering servant, to those who can't be bothered to read the rest of the book of Isaiah, or even to read the rest of the chapter of Isaiah 53, it can feel like, ooh, that's Jesus. That is the only part of all of these stupid fucking non-prophecy fairy tales that I can even give any credit for maybe possibly somehow being about Jesus. All of the rest of these are literally just making shit up. All of these are squinting really hard in trying to make a desperate case for how these can somehow be related to Jesus. Some of them rely on bad translations, but most of them, even if you got the translation right, it's just not a prophecy. So I will be doing this in the future. We're gonna do more live streams, and I'm gonna set up like a new tab or new module, whatever, on my Skepticus info site where we can at least annotate these for posterity. All right, because part of why I wanted to do a video series on it is because anytime a Christian with a complete and utter lack of knowledge of these verses tries to point to one and say, oh, look, that's a prophecy about Jesus, I wanted to have at least a established record of where not only have I looked at it, but I have debunked it. And I want to debunk each and every damn one of them. But there are so many of these fairy tale non-prophecies that they keep pulling up over and over and over again that it's a lot to go through. It's a whole lot to go through. So that's why I say in future live streams, we'll dedicate some time to sitting here and not just going through the prophecies one by one, but also annotating the results here in skepticus.info so that if anyone calls me in the future and wants to talk about them and be like, yeah, we already went through that, let's pull it up. Or if you ever want to pull it up, you can also go to skepticus.info and you can see exactly what we talked about and you can pull it up. Boom. This is why it's bullshit. I'd like this going forward to be hopefully a resource for other people. Maybe that's a little full of myself, right? Because I'm not a biblical scholar, but some of these things you learn in having done this channel now for a year, you learn certain things. And it's like, well, even if you do a video about it, okay, the videos, of course, take time. Most of my videos are like 45 minutes in length, right? So, of course, it takes more than 45 minutes to record it. It takes more than 45 minutes to prepare for the video first. It takes multiple hours to edit it. It takes about 45 minutes to post it by the time you do the thumbnail and everything. And at the end of all of that, after you put in 3 or 4 hours to get one of these videos up, it still kind of has a limited lifespan. I mean, in theory, you can always go to my channel, right? And you can always pull up my old videos. You can pull up shit from 6 months ago or a year ago, right? So in theory, the stuff is always there. But in practical terms, it actually has a pretty short lifespan because most of these videos, after a month, will only get trickling little views here and there. Most of these videos, I can't actually claim, serve as a reference point for me saying, look, I already talked about this, because people just aren't going to pull them up, and people will not get, the videos will not get promoted to them by YouTube, because YouTube, generally speaking, only promotes the newest videos. So that's why I figured instead we'll do future live streams and we'll go through these bullshit non-prophecies that Jesus never fulfilled, and we'll annotate them one by one on skepticus.info. So at least I can always point to the record and say, here is the full logic for why not only is this not a fulfilled prophecy by Jesus, in most cases, it's not a prophecy at all. Yeah, Michael says it's getting late. I think it's getting late for me too. Obviously, we don't have any callers, and it's getting late on my end. So I appreciate you very much, Michael. You're awesome, as always. And I appreciate everyone who has participated tonight. Even Troll Boy, because Troll Boy will make for a few good clips. We'll make a few clips out of him because, yeah, call in and tell me why LGBT hatred is good. Yeah, that's a great story. The hate around people is just so amazing. But yeah, it's been a long night. It's been a good night. We've been on for 5 hours. We had a few good conversations. I'm going to get the TikTok thing set up, so maybe we'll have more calls in the future. I will continue to build out. Yeah, Michael says Troll Boy was funny. Troll Boy was funny. I mean, anytime you get someone like that, it's funny because some of your viewers immediately start putting in comments like, hang up on this guy. You know, this guy's an idiot. He's a troll. And they're right. He is a troll. But the flip side is, it depends on how you want to look at it. Sometimes trolls drive the show. I hate to say that, but sometimes they can. You know, sometimes trolls keep some people, you know, some people want to get off watching as soon as the troll comes on. But other people will watch longer when the trolls come on. So it's kind of hard to figure out what the best course of action is. But yeah, running down. I think I'm getting close to root beer float time and late night snack before I watch cartoons and go to sleep. I appreciate everyone who has been with me tonight. And we'll have a new Godfrey Bible study out tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. as we almost always do on Wednesdays. We'll have that video out on Friday about DNA is not code. So I hope you guys enjoy that. And of course, next Tuesday at 5 o'clock Central, we will be streaming again here. So thank you everyone for joining. If I've missed anything, put comments on other videos, shoot me an email. I'd love to hear from you guys. Thank you everyone. And I hope to hear or see all of you soon on future videos and live streams. So lo, I say unto you, stay skeptical.